Welcome to Modern Word Ministries. I'm Deacon Tom Moore, and on behalf of my wife Kim and myself, we want to welcome you. And just to let you know that whether you're here in person or you're tuning in on social media, we appreciate that you have chosen to spend a little bit of your day with us. Before we get to this week's message, just a couple of quick things I'd like to cover. You know, we have an amazing website, and everything you want to do with us and we want to do with you can be found there. You can get on our prayer list on the website. You can do your tithes and offerings over the website, or you can communicate with us. I love feedback. My wife loves feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you need. Tell us what you're looking for in your church, because this is your church. I shepherd this church, but it's your church. So before we start with the message, just a couple of things. First, if you're in need of prayer, or if you know someone who's in need of prayer, go to our website at modernwordministries.org and put in a prayer request. It's very simple to follow. We will get back to you within 48 hours. It's all anonymous, it's confidential, and we will get back to you. I promise you that. We will put you on the prayer list, and we will pray for you every single day, because that's what we do, because we're a praying church. Secondly, tithes and offering. You know, an important part of being a Christian is giving your tithes and offerings to the Lord. And there are a number of scriptures that tell us why that is so important. But I'm here to tell you, we have made this so easy, so simple. Just go to our website and click on the tab that says support this ministry. It'll take you from there. It's so easy, even I could do it. So again, thanks for coming out today. And now here's this week's message. Good morning, I'm Deacon T, and I'll be bringing you the Word of God today. Welcome to Modern Word Ministries. This week's message has been in my head for some time, at least a month or so. And I struggled. I sat down to do the notes and to do the background and to do research 4 or 5 times probably. And I never really was feeling it. So when that happens, that tells me that it isn't what God wanted me to do. And I just let it go. But I hung on to the topic because I thought the topic might have some usability or some value some other time. And so I think that time is now. And what really pushed me to do this is that there are things going on in the world right now that are nothing but the results or the symptoms or the manifestations of pure evil. You may sniff out some political undertones in this message. That is not the intent of this message. Not the intent. Also, I'm going to disclaim right up front, in front of God, Maria, and everybody here, that I'm not talking about, in this case, that any one person is an evil person. Let me give you an example. It's possible that a person who is, generally speaking, a good person gets caught up and does some things that when you look back, they're evil. The things were evil. The objectives weren't good. The way, they use the means justify the ends justify the means to people didn't used to think that slavery was that big a deal. But you think about it now, and it's abominable. Well, does that mean that those people were evil? Or does it mean that they lived in a time that was less informed and different, and therefore they were doing the best with what they had at that time, and that you judge people 400 years ago based on today's rules, regulations, and what have you, isn't really a fair thing to do. I'm in no way condoning slavery. I'm using that as an example, so don't get hung up. I have done a fair amount of research on what we're going to talk about today. And, usually I'll have the page with the scriptures and that, and I have that. But I also have my notes, and then I have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of research that I did about what we're going to talk about today. And the subject today is beware of the things of the world. Beware of the things of the world. I'm going to take us to the Bible first and then come back to our research, and we're going to see if I can put a knot on this and tie it all up such that it makes sense. And I really hope I can, because I think there's a real powerful message in here, and I just hope that God gives me the grace and God shows me the favor and God has the mercy to not make me look A, like a buffoon, or B, like I can't get this out and you can't understand it. Because this message today is going to make you scratch your head and think for a minute. So again, the topic is beware of the things of the world. And in Colossians 3:1, it says, if then you have been raised with Christ, which we all have, seek the things that are above, where Christ is, seated at the right hand of God. Set your minds on things that are above, not on things that are on earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God. Ooh. You're thinking about the stuff of the world, you're doomed. That's what it's saying. Set your mind on Him, the things that are above, God's order, not what's happening down here. Why are we so tied up in the things of the world? Why are we so distraught when the things of the world don't go well? Now, I understand that we're human and we have human nature, and sometimes things don't go well for us and it's irritating or it's upsetting. Sure, I'm not saying to be a robot. However, when that's the constant source and the constant way we act, it's a problem. For you have died. That means died in the flesh. Died in the world. You died when He died. And now you're a new thing. Seek ye first, right? The things, the kingdom of heaven. Isn't that what it said in the scripture? I believe it did. But in here in Colossians, it has this added thing that says, set your mind on the things that are above, meaning the things of God, not on the things of the earth, okay? For your life is hidden with Him. In other words, you're up there with Him and He's got you covered. He's got you spared from the sling and the arrow of the outrageous demons, of the death that comes to us all by living this life. That's right. Romans 12:2. We're going to bust through these because I just might take a minute today, and I want to make sure we all are tracking. If you're not tracking out there, raise your hand, holler, do something, shout hallelujah. Romans 12:2. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. You don't have to have gone to Bible college to be able to translate this. Don't become a citizen of this world, but be transformed. And how do you get transformed? This is the critical part. By the renewal of your mind. Why is that so critical? Because the mind is what controls the decisions you make. That by testing you may discern. In other words, that by being put through tests and using your mind, your fresh mind, where you're looking to God, that you can discern, you can figure out what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. So it's what is God's will for your life, knowing that it's good, acceptable, and perfect. Well, the only way to know is if you don't get conformed to the world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, which you do constantly when you pray, you read, you meditate, you talk to God, and you try to live a godly life. Absolutely. This is 1 John 2 and 16. I'm doing these so you can just think about them as we talk. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh and the desires of the eye and pride of life, is not from the Father, but is from the world. Okay, they just said right there, the author just said that your new car, your new house, your new girlfriend, your new baby, your new life, your new job, your new boss, can I keep going? Somebody feed me some lines. Your new something or other is not from God, but it's from this world. The only thing that's from God is your protection, your salvation, or your damnation. He's the only one who can save you. He's the only one who can damn you. Yes, quote, you do it yourself, but he's going to deliver the bad news when you don't come through like you're supposed to. I can't judge you. I can't condemn you. I can't promote you. None of us can. That's why all that is in the world is not from him. Why is that important to us? We are not from this world. We are spiritual beings who temporarily are living in human bodies of this world. So our human body is of this world, but our spirit is not of this world. It is of the divine world. Why is this so critical? Because we live here in the physical world, which tends to make us fall into the trap of making decisions based on physical criteria instead of supernatural criteria, where we can decide to do things that the body or the human form wouldn't ordinarily do. I'll give you some examples of some things that spiritual people are okay with. They get up on a cross and get nailed to that cross and die up there. They get beheaded for preaching the word of God, and they don't flinch. They get stoned to death because they are active in the church and don't care. They are doing things that bring the whole army after them when Moses departed with all the Hebrews. Yes. You're doing things that cause the devil to take notice and want to take you out. That's right. But God's got your back, and he's going to watch over you if you're grounded in him. The things of the world are death. It says that so many times in the Bible, I didn't even print that out. The things of the world are sin, and the wages of sin are death. We're talking about spiritual, eternal, supernatural death. Hebrews 10 and 24. And let us consider how to stir up one another to love and good works. Ooh. I'm going to read the rest of that in a minute. I think somebody just put it on me that I'm supposed to be stirring you up to love and to do good works. That it's my job, my responsibility to do my best to figure out how to stir you up, how to meet your need, how to speak to you here every Sunday so that you leave here with ammunition, with tools in your tool belt, with arrows in your quiver, so that when you see the devil or his work, you've got the tools and the weapons that you can take care of that. That's right. Beware of the things of the world. That's our title today. We're going to come back to that last Bible scripture in just a bit. I want to talk to you about this world and what's going on and just a few things here. This isn't really history as much as this is today. I have done this research, and
I actually did a lot of research, but I used a Gallup poll. I don't know, who you think is the best polling company. Gallup is the oldest, the biggest. If you believe what you believe, for the most part, they're fairly neutral rather than being biased one way or another, politically, religiously, etc. But I read some things. Remember, beware of the things of the world. The only way you're going to get where we all want to go is by aligning with the things of the Spirit. How about if I just repeat a few things here? I'm going to go into this Gallup poll, and then we're going to see what you think and how this ties to the scriptures I just read. How about if I said to you that most Americans identify with a religion? 68% identify with a Christian religion. That includes 33% who are Protestants, 22% who are Catholics, and 13% who identify with another Christian religion or simply as Christian non-denominational. 68%. That's a huge number. 7% of the people in America identify as non-Christian religion. Okay, that's 2% of the population who identify as Jewish, 1% Muslim, 1% Buddhist, and then it's a whole bunch of other little small ones. 22% of Americans said they have no religious preference, and 3% do not answer the question. But I want to go back to the beginning. 68% of the people in this country identify as Christian, one way or another. Before I get into how those numbers have changed, I would like to throw a couple of just thoughts out, questions out, and have you think about them, not having me give you an answer. Do you believe that the Bible is the absolute perfect Word of God? Yes, we do. Do we believe that it is complete and total and without flaw? Yes, we do. Do we believe that it is just as current, just as important, and just as germane today as it was 2,000 years ago? Yes, we do. Do we also believe that we can find all of the answers that we need to live our life in a godly way, and that we can also learn a bunch of things we're not supposed to be doing through the Bible? I think the answer again is yes. Would you also agree that if you're going to say you are a Christian, you cannot pick and choose which verses of the Bible you're going to follow? Understanding that none of us are perfect and none of us or follow everything correctly. We try, and as long as you're trying your best, God's going to be happy with you, even though we have failures. We all have failures. There's only one man on this earth who didn't have failures. That's Jesus. And I'm not him, and I don't think you are either. But here we go. If we're not going to spot pick the things we like, tell me this. I don't know the answer. And don't get mad at me. Now, you want to engage me in some conversation? You want to write me a note? You want to send me an email? You want to tell me you disagree with me? Knock yourself out. I am open to all that. I want to always learn more. Maybe someone has a different perspective and can inform me. But if you are a Bible-believing Christian, can you be pro-abortion? Don't you hate this? I know already people were just I saw red eyes come up, little fire flickering stuff. But seriously, if you believe what the Bible says, can you be pro-abortion? I'm not giving you answers. I'm giving you the questions. If you believe what the Bible says, can you be pro-trans agenda? If you believe what the Bible says, do you think that you can do anything you want to do, say anything you want to say, practice whatever beliefs you want to practice, and that you still can be in the will of God and still end up in heaven? And again, God can take anyone to heaven he wants. I've said it many times. Jeffrey Dahmer might be in heaven. I don't know. I'm not there to judge. None of us are. But I'm just saying on GP here, I'm using common sense for a minute. Can we do that? If you are a Christian, or in this case also if you are a Jew, can you think that what's happening to the Jewish state by the Palestinian militia people, can you believe that that is okay and acceptable? Can you believe, if you believe what the Bible says, that it's okay to take some of the land over there on the Gaza area, on the West Bank, away from the Jewish people and give it to Hamas, in essence, or Hezbollah? I don't know. Is it okay, if you believe what the Bible says, to believe in equity, not equality? Equality means equal opportunity, and I am 100% in favor of equal opportunity for everyone, and I despise when equal opportunity is denied to anyone. That's different than equity, where, not my definition, but some people's definition, one of our candidates' definition of equity, is that all people will end up in the same place. And since all people don't start in the same place, that means that you and I have to give more of our stuff to people that didn't have as many advantages maybe, so that at the end we all have the same stuff. We're not equal, but we're equitable, meaning all in the same playing field. Is that what the Bible says about work and applying yourself and how God determines who's what and what's where, and that we are not to take on God's role and try to do things for God? You remember the 5 talents, the 3 talents, the 1 talent. God didn't have everybody end up at the same place. Not even. Not even. This is just a few thoughts. But here's what concerns me. And this is why the title was Beware of the Things of the World. There's a movement, and it's been around a while, and I don't know that it has a name, but there's just a movement. Social media undoubtedly is gasoline on the fire of this movement, and it's a movement to weaponize and legalize behaviors, thought processes, actions, decisions that just aren't right. They're based in evil. I'm not saying the people are evil. The behaviors, the thoughts, the lifestyles are based in things that are not of God. They are of this world. Beware of the things of this world. And that they are truly evil. But that we tend to get desensitized. We tend to get lukewarm in terms of our being, irritated or offended by them. And I saw something related to this whole concept of evil, which I want to put out here. Again, I'm not judging anybody. I'm simply talking about their policies, values, their rhetoric, and their past history, their what they do. Do you think it's right? Does God think it's right? For I'll use the George Floyd. Do you believe that it is godly, biblically sound, that if you're mad because George Floyd was murdered by some disgusting behaviors by a law enforcement officer, which are horrendous, do you believe that that gives people, some people, all people, the right to burn the city of Portland downtown to the ground? Do you believe that that George Floyd incident gives people the right to loot and ransack and pillage and tear everything up and try to kill the police and burn up the city of Minneapolis or the city of anything, or to go into different neighborhoods and just run wild, tearing stuff up? Do you believe that people are entitled to that biblically? I'm not talking about why they're frustrated. I'm not talking about why they've gotten to that level. I understand all that. But I'm saying, are you acting godly or are you acting worldly when that's how you respond? Do you think it is all right if someone who is in an elected position of power and trust and authority uses that power and trust and authority to help people circumvent the law? Do you? Is that godly? I thought God said in the Bible that we are to respect and observe the command and the rule of those who are above us in terms of making the rules. I'm not saying we agree with all of them. I'm not saying there isn't a way to make our feelings known. My question is, but is burning and looting and so forth acceptable? There was a person in California who was here illegally in the United States. They stayed here illegally, went to law school, and graduated from law school. They wanted to take the bar exam in California so they could become a lawyer in California. The law and the rules of the Bar Association of California is you must be a United States citizen in order to practice law. That makes sense to me. Sounds reasonable. You can't be an illegal and practice law here. This person who was trying to practice law had their application denied. One of the politicians took her position of authority and control and power and assigned government employees who worked for her to help this man beat the system and ultimately get his law license and practice law in California. Do you think that's a godly use of your power, your authority, your control? I don't. And I could go on and on, but I'm not going to, because then people get weird on me. Do you think it's okay that if you see women, you can treat them any kind of way, talk to them any kind of way, call them out of their name, be horrendously sexually abusive, physically or emotionally, whatever? I would hope you don't think that's okay. But do you think God thinks that's okay? That's not okay. So there's plenty of blame to go around here. And again, we're not talking about the people, we're talking about their behaviors. And the more I thought about this, the more I thought about some of the things we do. And I am going to use this example even though you may disagree with me, and that is certainly your right to do so. Excuse me. I am not anti-marijuana. I'm going to say that right up front. I am not, any more than I'm anti-drinking. I'm anti-drugs. I'm anti-fentanyl. I'm anti-heroin. I'm crack cocaine. I'm anti-methamphetamine. Of course. I'm not anti-weed. I don't know that I'm right or wrong in that. I'm not sure that the Bible does or does not back me up on that. But I want you to think about how we've taken marijuana, and it has gone from being illegal and a problem and what have you. And you may remember that in many, many jurisdictions over the years, then it got to the point where the police wouldn't do anything, and then all they would do is write you a ticket. And then we said, well, that's crazy, and we just ignore it. Well, and then we passed laws that said, hey, you know what? Instead of us looking the other way, let's us take control of the weed business here in Las Vegas, and let's us sell weed, and we'll collect the taxes, 60% or whatever it is, and we'll use them for other things. So even though weed in and of itself is a drug, we're going to profit off it because it's better we profit than drug dealers profit. And then we were oh so happy. We thought that was the greatest thing ever. And now when people come near us and they're anti-marijuana, we want to read them the Riot Act and tell them they don't know what they're talking about. We want to persecute them. Someone wrote, and I wrote it down. I don't know who wrote it. But if you have a pen and can write this down, I think you should. And they're talking about evil in the world. And I want you to think about this, and maybe my example of marijuana is a bad example, but when you think about what I'm about to say to you, I'm going to throw one more up. Do you remember when, if you had sex before you were married and people found out, it could be a real problem? Do you remember when, because I do, if a girl got pregnant and she wasn't married, oh my goodness, they would ship her away to her grandmother's house out in the barn, out in the Thule somewhere on the farmland, and she would just be gone and then reappear next year with no kid. You remember? And it was like shunned, and oh, she had a baby, and they would talk just trash about her. Right. Now, more people have kids. I do not have this statistic. I just know a lot of people have children who are not married and have no intention of getting married. How's that jive with the Bible? I'll leave that up to you. So if you have your pen ready, get ready. Here we go. First, this is like 5 little phrases, bullet points. First, we overlook evil. Then we permit evil. Then we legalize evil. Then we promote evil. Then we celebrate evil. And lastly, then we persecute those who still call it evil. I'm going to give you an example because I believe this is evil. And it involves our children and this whole trans rights thing, which has gone completely goofy. I'm going to tell you, I respect your right to be whoever it is you think you are, and I respect your right to live that life. What I do not accept or respect is for you to think that because you think you are a woman when you are a biological male, that I should be okay with you going into the girls' locker room with my 4th grade daughter, or going into the restroom with my 4th grade daughter, or showing up in any women's sports and boxing against my 17-year-old daughter, or playing hockey against, or weightlifting, or basketball against my 17-year-old daughter, or swimming against my 17-year-old daughter, when you are a 6'5" dude, but who feels like he is a she. Again, I have nothing against you being who you are. But I don't understand and can't figure out why you think that that makes it a requirement on my part to allow you to change the entire way we have our language written, our laws written, and things designed to protect children. And I'm talking about particularly sexual protection. And I don't even mean because trans people are going into the washroom and doing things. I don't mean that. I just mean that you're in the locker room changing and you're a guy and there are young girls in there. Or vice versa. I don't want a grown woman changing in the boys' bathroom with a bunch of 9th grade boys. So I'm going to play that back onto those little things I just said. Because I think these kinds of concepts, like, well, I see myself as a woman, so that means I am a woman. And there are a lot of people out there with a lot of energy around this. If you don't like that example, think of the example of the attack that Hamas did against the Jewish people. Now the Jewish people are trying to fight back, and now all these simple-minded little people who refuse to show their face are all over college campuses as the president, as people on the board, as students, as teachers, department heads, and they are supporting behaviors and actions that are specifically banned in the Bible. And what do we do? What do we do, polite society? What do we do? First, we overlook it. Then we permit it, meaning we let it go on. Then we legalize it. This is what's happening right now. People are trying to pass all these crazy laws. Then we promote it. This is the greatest thing ever. We feel so good about ourselves because you've got to get in the groove here, you know. Yeah, girls can go in the boys' room because she's not a girl. She's a boy in her head. Okay, sure. We're out there celebrating all this great stuff. And then we persecute those who still call it even. And people who are out there are going to send me all kinds of hate mail right now, today. Why? Because I'm over here saying, it looks like evil to me. I want my children protected from exposure. I'm not saying trans people are sexual predators. I'm saying there are some things that young children do not need to be exposed to. By the way, read your Bible. Who's in charge of the children? Their parents. Okay? How about laws and people that want to say they can give sexual reassignment help to children in the 4th, 5th, 6th grade without the parents' consult or knowledge? And in fact, you can even have your child taken away from you if you don't agree to the behaviors or the puberty blockers or the hormone injections. All irreversible trauma to your child, but you have no voice. First we overlook evil, then we permit it, then we legalize evil, then we promote evil, then we celebrate it, and then we persecute it. Oh, you bunch of, hate speech. It's hate speech if I call you a he when you have XY chromosomes? It's the truth. If you call me bald, is that hate speech? Not necessarily. Unless you want it to because it fits something of your own. Let me ask you this. You know those people that burned down the downtown of Portland and burned up the downtown of Minneapolis? What if I told you that one of the candidates for one of the highest offices in the land used some of their own money to bail people out of jail after they burned down the city, after they smashed police in the face with frozen bottles of water, after they tried to snooker police inside a federal building and then chained the doors closed and set it on fire and tried to burn the police alive. This same person who's bailing them out is bailing them out. Would you trust that person to observe and enforce the Constitution? I wouldn't. That's why I said I'm not judging it. I'm just pointing out their policies, values, rhetoric, and past voting record. Holy cow. How about if I told you this? 50 years ago, 87% of everybody in the U.S. identified as Christian. And today, it's down to 68. Is that a good trend? How about if I told you, I have too much info here. We won't be able to get it all. How about if I told you that less than half, this is tragic to me, but I think it is symptomatic of a much bigger problem that you and I are faced with every day. How about if I told you that since 2019 is the first time in the history of the United States that they've kept records, that less than half of the people in America say religion is very important in their life. 45% of Americans say religion is very important in their life. 26% say it is fairly important. And another 28% say it's not very important. Oh my goodness. Whew. When the Gallup poll, first asked this question in 1965, I'm going to give you a second just to guess what percent of the people said religion was very important in 1965, and I've just told you that 45% currently say it is very important. What percent said it was very important in 65? Okay, the answer is 70%. We've gone down to less than half, and we were at almost 3/4 of everybody. That is not moving in the right direction. Wow. Over the past 20 years, a declining share of Americans have said that religion is important. And it dropped below 50% for the first time in 2019. Wonder how that changed during COVID. How about if these also share with you? I know you're not going to find this shocking. I hope you do, but I don't think you will. Is that this same poll finds that church attendance is declining dramatically. Wow. So, when asked, do you personally attend church or synagogue, mosque, temple in the past 7 days? On average, only 32% of U.S. adults said they had either in person or virtually attended. 32%. Wow. In 1958, it was 50%. And there was no online, of course. It was all in-person attendance. The long-term decline in church attendance is linked to a drop in religious identification. I get that. People are much more likely today to say, I'm a Christian, I'm non-denominational, something like that, versus saying, I am Episcopalian, Methodist, AME, something. Even though they may go to an AME church. Here's what worries me about that. Weekly attendance is down in every single category of religion. Every single one. only 20%, 21% of Americans say they attend services every week. Wow. Wow. I'm going to give you a guess. This is a guess, but it should be easy. What is the only form of church attendance that has increased in the past years? And the answer is online. Online attendance. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it, Deacon T? Let me say this. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're getting fed. I'm glad we're talking through this. However, only online church attendance has increased. Only online. So, is that a bad thing or a good thing? It's a bad thing. Not that online has increased, but that online has increased and in-person attendance has dramatically decreased. A couple of things happen when you don't attend in person. What's the most important one? In your mind, what is the most important thing that does not happen when you tune in or you get it online? I'm going to tell you what it is. Hebrews 10 and 24 that we started with. Let us not and let us consider how to stir up one another to love and good works, not neglecting to meet together, as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day drawing near. This is on another translation where it says, do not forsake the assembling of the people. In other words, what the Bible is telling us, it is critical that you go to church physically and be surrounded by other people, and you feed off their spirit and they feed off you, and you encourage each other and lift each other up and help each other when you're broken. Online doesn't have that. Let me tell you the other thing that online doesn't have. I'm glad I have online or we'd have nothing. But online also, miserable tithing record. Absolutely miserable tithing record. Miserable giving record. Miserable collection record. Online receives a pittance of what churches who meet in person collect. Wow. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So what am I here to tell you? We're getting near the end. What am I here to tell you? Maria's going to start the music. Be ready. Beware of the things of the world. We have God-given rules and regulations that are there in the Bible to govern us, to guide us. We have the Holy Spirit with us. And why is He here? And why is the Bible here? To help us, to guide us, to not do things that are of this world and not of His world. When we start affirming alternate sexual behavior with children, it ain't of the Bible. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. It's pure evil. When we start not going to church, that's a problem. When we start not assembling with other people and sharing with them, it's a problem. When we start rewarding bad behavior, such as people that burn and loot and pillage, and senior level, executive level, lawmakers and law enforcement people, because of their uber-liberal leaning, bail people out of jail with their own money. Or when people who are in government positions of authority and trust and responsibility help an illegal alien get a license to practice law in California. That is simply not right. It is biblically not right. And we could go through here and find right on scriptures that would tell you that circumvention of the processes and procedures of law that govern our life, and I'm talking about earthly law, not right. Want to change something? Change the law. But always remember that just changing the law doesn't mean you're right. First we overlook evil, then we permit evil, then we legalize evil, then we promote it, then we celebrate evil, then we persecute the people that are going, hey, That ain't right. That's evil. Be very careful, people. People of God, beware of the things of this world. Run from all this stuff. Think about how it was. We have, and because of social media, because of the access to information, how about if I told you that, or I'll let you guess, where do you believe 85% of everyone 40 or under gets their news? Where do they do that? And the answer is social media. Okay. Well, who's guiding social media? No one. Who's controlling what Deacon T puts on social media? No one. Who's making sure that it is healthy and sound and good for us all to consume what's on social media? No one. And we all know, with this AI in particular, I get nothing but stuff on there that I think is phony. Oh, pick out which number isn't right in these 50 numbers, and Jensen Franklin, the minister, is going to send you money. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. I'm sorry. It's a scam. It's AI. Is AI a good thing? Beware the things of the world. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I just said beware. Be cautious. Have your antenna up. Your spiritual antenna. Get that Bible out. Read it. I want you to look very closely at all these political races that are going on. And you decide. I'm not telling you who to vote for. You decide. You're a Christian. This is what people tell me. And it's the number one guiding light in my life, Deacon T. Okay? Okay. Then I'm just going to put it out there. And then you can be mad. By the way, I'm not crazy about any of these candidates. But we live in a system that's a system. So you're going to have to vote for one of them, because if you don't, you're voting for the other. So remember that I said I'm not really for either of them. But when you look at just on a policy basis, I'm going to ask you the same thing Ronald Reagan did many years ago. Are you better off today than you were back then? So are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not here to say. Is your food more or less? Is your rent more or less? Is your insurance more or less? How about that border situation? How about this? See if this doesn't irk you and sound like evil to me, because it sounds like, to you, because it sounds like evil to me. If you are here illegally, and by the way, I'm going on record, I am 100% for people coming to this country who come in legally, pass the tests, get their green card, get a job, pay taxes. I'm 100% for that. 3 generations back, my people did the same thing. So I'm all for it. Having said that, is it a problem? Certain groups of people are trying to pass legislation, now get ready, that says if 2 illegals have a child together who's born in the United States, that child will get rights to Medicaid, benefits, education, la-ti-da. You know what? My children don't have rights to any of that stuff. I have to pay for benefits with the work that I do, with the taxes that I pay, that these illegals aren't paying. Is that good? No, it's evil. It's evil. And anyone who promulgates things that want to do this has an ulterior motive. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that it is okay for the governor of a state to not only pass a law, but as he's signing it, add a couple sentences to it that says, and I wish I had written it down to quote it, but I'm going to paraphrase it very closely. You should look this up. The law in Minnesota says that the state is required to provide, and I'm quoting, period products, feminine hygiene products, period products, in all bathrooms from 4th grade through 12th grade. And then the governor added in, and since not all women have periods, and not all the people that have periods are women, we must acknowledge both. What he's saying is, we're going to put tampons and pads into the boys' bathroom of the 4th grade junior high boys. And that's what they're doing in Minnesota. If you don't have a problem with that, if you think it's okay, if you believe that there are men who have periods, if that's what you believe, then I assume that's how you'll vote. I'm here to tell you God created XY, right? That would be male. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not here to tell you anything. I'm here to ask you. Beware of the things of the world. We are trying to take things that universally people have thought just aren't okay for a number of years. And in particular now I'm talking about this exposure to our children of extremely alternate ways of thinking in a sexual context. Okay? I do not believe it's okay. So in closing, I want to say this. There is so much happening, it's happening so fast. Don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for it. All these politicians, and I mean all of them, red ones, blue ones, orange ones, black ones, Indian ones, they're all the same. They only want one thing. They want to be reelected. That's the job of a politician, is to get reelected. It is not their job to be of God's world. That's not their job. That concerns me. But it's our job, yours and mine, to decipher through all that fluff. And we have the tools we need. You've got the Bible, you've got your prayer life, you've got Deacon T, you have other pastors. I'm not judging anybody. I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying trans people, gay people, they can't come to church. They can't. No, that's not true. They can. And I will pray for you. I will pray for you. But we need to understand that some people will give up their children, but you ain't giving up mine. Some people would have your children exposed to stuff that ain't right, it's evil, but not me. Do not go. If you are a biological male, do not go into the girls' bathroom with my little daughter or my grandkids, because it's going to be a problem. Do you hear me? In Jesus' name, and I ain't being funny, it's going to be a problem. I believe it is our job to protect those who are weak, the children, the elderly, and those that just are having troubles and struggles. I believe it's our job to help those that lack opportunity and education, and that all of us should be on the same platform in terms of opportunity. And if there are areas where we need to work, which there are, we should work on them. But this whole concept of equity is trash and needs to go right where it belongs, in the trash receptacle. I hope you hear me when I say, from my opinion, there are just certain people running for office I cannot vote for because they are espousing things and aspiring to be things and to implement things and laws that are so far removed from what the scriptures said to us today we should be doing, which is setting our mind on the things of God. We are so far off, and these people would have us think that it's normal. They would have you believe that if you don't believe it, you're no good. Why? Because they'll persecute you if you still call it evil. Well, have some guts, man. Stand up, bow up. You got God on your side. You got every solid Christian person on your side. You got me on your side. You got the Holy Spirit on your side. Fight. Fight against the dying. Fight against just commonplace thinking. Fight against things that in your heart you know are not of God. And beware of the things of this world. Amen. Lord, we thank you for giving us a message today that's going to cause a lot of people to think. We thank you for a message that causes people to scratch their head, to be reflective, introspective. Hopefully people will get emotionally naked after this message, Lord, and they will realize that it's got to come through you, to you, and be about you. That your words are clear, your message is simple, and the things they're talking about are not of your world, but of this world, and therefore have no business in this world. Lord, help us all to fight the good fight, to run the race set before us, to shut down the evil that people would do to our country, to us, and most importantly, to the weakest of us all, our children, our elderly, our sick, our homeless, and those people who suffer from any kind of mental issues. We can't go on and survive in the same way we're headed, Lord. Please help these people see the light and vote accordingly. Get us better candidates, improved, people who truly see your light, people who truly want to do things decent and in order as you would have us do them, and put them in positions, big positions of authority and control within our country. We ask you to do these things for us, Lord, in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus, and all God's people, in the sound of my voice, said amen. Well, amen, everybody. I hope that this message today causes you to say, what's up? I hope it causes you to really dig out and dig in and see what people have done over their careers who are running for office, and look at the choices they've made, the decisions they've made, the things they've done. And then understand your responsibilities as a Christian. Maybe you didn't know that, recognize that before. You can't say you don't know now. You want more info? Call me, write me, get a hold of me. I'll give you more info. I got a ton more. So as we close today, remember this. Every Sunday morning we're here at 10 a.m. at modernwordministries.org. We try to bring you this word in a clean, unfiltered, straightforward way so that you can take it out and put it to work in your life. God has stuff planned for you that is so great you can't even imagine it. But you got to be focused on Him to realize the great blessing He's got coming for you. We cannot go on overlooking, permitting, legalizing, and promoting and celebrating evil. And we need to be real and not start persecuting and dirtbagging the people who've got enough guts or enough education or knowledge or wisdom to call it what it is, evil. So remember this. God's going to see you through, and I'm going to pray for you. And I truly pray for total enlightenment for everyone. For everyone. So until next week at 10 o'clock, enjoy yourself. Have a good time this week. Be blessed. This is Modern Word Ministries, where you can come as you are, but you're never going to leave the same. Bye-bye, everybody.
Have you felt lost, lonely, or maybe even a little bit loony? I talk about all these things on my show and how to help them. Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of Mental Melodies. I'm your host here, Carmen Bradley. Happy Tuesday, everyone. I hope that you've had a lovely week. For me, time felt like it kind of slowed down. Like I feel like I haven't been here in a while. I don't know about you. I have been rebranding myself over the past few months. So I wanted to tell you that if you love my black lipstick, you should comment and say, I love your black lipstick. And if you don't love my black lipstick, then you should comment and you should tell me the last date that you saw your eye doctor. And then I will go through the comments and double check and see if I care about your opinion. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in to today's episode of Mental Melodies. Today is going to be a fun one. I am bringing on a friend and someone that I greatly admire in the local film community. So we're going to be chatting a little bit about grief, but also about our stories and our visions, and specifically Danielle's story and Danielle's vision and her experience with grief and how it kind of led her to where she is today. She does a lot of work around town, and like I said, I just really admire her. So you're going to be looking forward to that. Last week I went on a little bit of a rant about my outfit, and so I want to do that today too. The whole black lipstick thing, it was a joke, but it's also been, like I said, just a part of me kind of rebranding myself. And so I've been talking a lot about my identity on this show, and I met up with somebody the other day and we were kind of talking about my image and about my identity and about how what we do kind of defines who we are. And I've been trying to shift that in a way, at least getting away from the identity that I used to have when I was teaching for 8 years. I felt like my whole identity was rooted in this job, and I think a lot of people get into this space where they get kind of stuck in something and this becomes who they are, and then they're that way. And they're following all these different guidelines and rules from society about how to live their life. And I'm in this kind of rebellion zone. And I think partially it's because maybe as a teenager, I was a little maybe too stuck in a box. There was too much structure. I was too much of a people pleaser. I really liked getting straight A's because I also really liked pleasing the teacher and following rules and all of these things. And so not only do I feel I don't think the black lipstick looks as crazy to me as other people, but people keep pointing it out. They're like, why that? What's up with that choice? And I'm just I don't know. It just very much vibes with me right now. And like I said, I just look in the mirror and I like it. I like that it makes my green eyes pop, but it's definitely a part of this kind of little bit of push toward rebellion that I'm going for. And so I've been embracing my identity as a very sweet, giving person, and I've talked about this a lot, but also embracing this part of me that is strong and likes to speak up about things. And so I guess I consider myself somewhat of a truth teller. And that's kind of where, I don't know, the beauty of this show lies, I think, is in storytelling, is in truth telling, is in giving space for other people to tell their stories. And so I'm really delighted today to have another person on here because I haven't done that in a while. I mentioned that I've just kind of been giving myself space to talk. And so I was just feeling this shift, I think it's time to bring people on again. And I was thinking, I guess, today before the show about how important it is for me not to just bring in experts on mental health. I think that my vision is more bringing in just people who can talk about what they've dealt with and how they've overcome it, because a big vision and mission of mine is like to teach people how to heal themselves. There is so much power in being able to say that you have the autonomy over your choices, of how you want to heal. It's just like so important for me, and that's something that I guess like going through right now. I mentioned last week that I like to use this first segment as kind of like, an update on where I am, and even just like how this show is affecting my mental health and my healing. And today I'm feeling like I'm in a pretty good space. And a lot of that is because I've been really dedicating myself to kind of a lot of the things that I said I was going to do in 2024. And there's this idea of follow through that I said I had planted the seed for back in 2020. Like, I want to be someone who does what she says she's going to do. So even on days when I don't feel like it, I get up, I come here, and something beautiful always unfolds. And it's just such a lovely thing. And so I'm excited to share this space with somebody else and be able to hear their story. There's more opportunity for this, like, as time goes on. So if you are feeling like you want to come on and share your story, either your struggles with mental health, or if you know somebody who struggled with it, I've mentioned a lot of times before how like my brother's mental health journey was very much a precursor to my own mental health journey. So even if you're like the brother or sister of somebody, that experience and that understanding and that knowledge is so valuable and will help other people figure out how to heal themselves. So what I was talking about with like the ownership over mental health, I just feel that is really, really important. And so I just want to hear about Danielle's experience with that and how she has been able to heal from things. I think she's one of the most powerful, strong, like go-getting women that I have ever met. She is an award-winning filmmaker. She directs, she edits, color corrects, models, and acts. So you can also work with her, and I'm sure you've probably seen her around town if you're kind of following like what the filmmakers are doing in Las Vegas. She's got a bachelor's degree in communications and media technology, and she really cares about paving the way for future female filmmakers. So we're in our Barbie era, and I love that for us. I think we've had on social media shows some female candidates for office, and I'm loving that too. So there's a whole vibe. Maria's doing honeybees. There's a lot of female empowerment coming out. So yes, Danielle is here at the perfect time. And so we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we will meet her.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. If you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi everyone, welcome back. This is our second segment of Mental Melodies, and I'm beaming because somebody likes my black lipstick, so thank you very much. And here we have Danielle as promised, so I'm going to give her the floor to introduce herself and just kind of expand on a few of the things that I've already said about her. So Danielle, tell us who you are.
All right. Hi, my name is Danielle Patton. I go by Danny. Like Carmen said, I'm very into the film community in Vegas, and I'm trying to expand into LA and hopefully Arizona. Fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes. And I do have a bachelor's degree in communications and media technologies. And my main focus for this year is to act more. I've already been in 5 featured films, music videos, and commercials for this year. So 5 more until I reach my goal of 10. And yeah, I love film. I love communicating, talking to others, and especially people like Carmen, so.
Yes, I am just like beaming with pride because I feel like I'm inspired by Danny every single time I talk to her. I'm like making a mental checklist to set goals for myself like that. I do have goals where I want to finish my reel by the end of the year and other things that that we have to do as actors. But something I've been writing about recently is like resilience and getting through. And I think that's a huge part of being an actress and having these goals and having setbacks. So how do you overcome that?
That's a hard question, actually. I like to set goals myself too, kind of like you said. And I just keep going. I probably auditioned last year for about, 60 different things, and I only got maybe 12. Wow. But it was also my first year of acting, so I was like, you just gotta do better and be better, and every time you do an audition or a self-tape, you get better, and you gain more confidence, and you have to remember that it doesn't matter what other people think about you, it matters what you think about yourself, because a lot of people are so focused on what other people think about them, and it gets into their brain, and they're like, oh, I'm not good at this and this and that, when they're actually excellent at it. And it just really messes up somebody,
Yeah. So like the mindset is key.
Oh, absolutely.
In being able to push forward. So like, how did you learn that lesson, and how do you keep that going, and what do you do when you hit a moment where maybe you are worried about it? How do you find yourself like retraining yourself to focus on how you feel in your own confidence?
Well, for an example of that, I had an audition about 3-4 days ago, and I was preparing myself. I got a monologue, I rewrote it, and I was like, I'm going to do this. And then when I got inside, it was just like I froze up, even though I did dozens of auditions. And then I just kind of thought in like the back of my head, like, this is what I think about a lot, is like, what would Jake do? Like, Jake was like my best friend, and we'll talk about that later, but he was probably my number 1 supporter. So that just kind of like pushed me, and I was like, all right, I can do this. And they liked it. They talked to me for an extra 5 to 10 minutes afterwards, and it felt good. You just have to always remind yourself that you're better than what you perceive yourself as.
Yeah.
And it's okay to be nervous, and it's okay to make mistakes, because we learn from that.
Yeah, 100%. Space for the negative. I talk about that all the time. Yeah. Yes, space for sadness and grief too. And so you said we'll talk about it later, but since you brought it up,
I guess we'll talk about it now.
Jake. And so tell us who Jake is. Tell us that story. Tell us how it impacted you. If you need a break, let me know.
Okay. Okay, so my whole grief thing is really about my best friend Jake. He passed away in 2020. And he was in the Marines, and it was a very, very messed up and sad accident. In the barracks, they were playing like Russian roulette, and yeah, they just weren't being smart about it, and it really sucked. Like, it really messed me up. I would cry every single day, and it sucked. And I lost like 25 pounds because I wouldn't eat, and I kept texting him because I was like, oh, he really can't be gone, But then I was like, he's not going to talk because he's gone. So that was really rough. But I feel like that helped me in a way, because he was such a big supporter of me that like I still feel that to this day. And if I feel like I can't do something, I think back to him and I actually look back at our text messages, and like I saved a lot of it because he's my best friend and I loved him and I still love him. But it's a nice reminder to know that you have people in your corner even if they aren't physically on earth anymore, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I feel that way about my grandma.
Yeah.
And when I was thinking about our episode, I caught a flash of my very first tattoo, which I actually got here in Vegas, but it was before I moved here. So it was like, I don't know, I was like 20 or 21 or something like that. But my grandma was like the first person that I lost that it really like took a toll on me. And I've just been thinking about how we make space for grief. And I think your story is a testament to the fact that I think when you lose somebody, that becomes a part of your life for the rest of forever.
Oh, absolutely.
And
yeah.
so, can you talk me through? You were talking about some of those stages in the very beginning, and then maybe how the healing process spread out over time.
So when I found out, like it was like I literally woke up from a nap because I came home from work, and we, Jake and I, we have mutual friends, and one of them, he was actually deployed across the sea. He was in some other country. And he's like, "Hey, Danny, like, I really need to tell you something." And I was like, "Okay, what is it?" And he's like, "Jake's gone." And I was like, "What do you mean he's gone?" He's like, he passed away. And I was like, "No, he didn't." He's like, "Yes, he did."
Mm-hmm.
And like, that just like struck something in me. And then like, I just collapsed like on the floor, and it's just ugly crying. And it was rough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I cried every single day for like a month.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I usually don't cry, and like, I don't really like to show my emotions, but I've been working on that because that's something super important to do.
Yeah.
So that, baby steps. But yeah, that was probably the biggest thing, is the initial reaction to knowing what actually happened. And someone actually telling me that like in words, and I was just like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And then the other big one was when I was driving to Arizona for his funeral with my sister. And that was another rough one because his mom asked me to write something for him. And I did. And I got halfway through like reading it, and then I just cried again. But it was nice to say some words for him. So
Yeah. You said you collapsed, and I find that so interesting because I reacted the same way when my grandma died and when my brother died.
yeah,
I
it's
wonder if that's like, whatever, is that like our body's reaction to that? It's so interesting.
I don't know, because like I can still like feel it, because I was just, I went from my room to the kitchen, and like I was like heaving, you know, like almost close to like a anxiety attack,
Yeah.
because I felt it like deep in my chest, and I was like, mom, and then she's like, what? And then I just smacked onto the hardwood floor. And it's just like, I felt like a rag doll almost, because like all of that tension and like, what's the good word for it? All that tension and all of that negative emotion just is like seeping into you now, because it's like you never want to hear those words about anybody,
Yeah.
especially someone you're very close with and you love. And I think that's part of it, because like your body just can't take it, because like my heart couldn't take it, because my heart was like breaking, and then I felt like my heart just made my body
Yeah.
like collapse, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like your body saying, okay, you're going to have to get through this really hard thing, so let's not be standing for it.
Yeah. just lay on the ground.
Get down there, girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking somebody's going to make a meme out of my face and say, I hope somebody looks at me the way you look at Danielle. Because earlier I was just like, I love her.
You're like, talk more.
Just please keep talking.
I'm very flattered, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Yeah. Oh, man. That's heavy.
It is, and like I think about him every day, and I actually messaged his mom on Facebook a couple days ago, and I was just like, hey, like I've been thinking about Jake a lot, and I just want to say like thank you for raising him to be like the best person I've ever got to meet. And I was like, your son was like one of a kind. Like he wasn't like normal Marines, I guess, because everyone has a picture of Marines, you
Yeah.
know, like crayon eaters and blah, blah, blah. And
Yeah.
no, he was one of the smartest people I've ever met, and he was the sweetest person. Like, he would call me sugar and sweetheart and all this other stuff, and like, it was nice. And yeah, it was like, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna text her, because I feel like I haven't talked to her in a while. And it was nice because she always sends me voice memos and stuff. And she's like, if you're ever in like New York or, you know, Arizona, you can stay with us for a few days and we can like talk. And I was like, okay. So that was nice too. It's nice to it's nice to still have a connection to him, even though he's not here anymore, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. So this was like a total shock, not like he hadn't been struggling and it just came out of the blue. Can you talk about the effect of like that being the aspect of this experience?
Yeah, it's because I was in California for a promotion thing at a convention for a series I was working on. And I noticed, I guess, red flags to me because we would always talk. Like, we'd always send good morning messages and good night. And, like, even if we were busy, we'd update each other. And I didn't hear from him for 2 days. And I was like, okay, that's weird. Like, maybe he's in the field, but he would have told me. And then it just, there was, like, a gnawing feeling in my stomach. And, like, I had that feeling through my whole trip, which was like 4 or 5 days. And I was like, I do not like this feeling. Something is happening that I don't like, that I'm not gonna like.
Yeah.
And that was it. But yeah, he was happy. He's a very open book. Like, he's probably more open than you are with your feelings. And that's saying a lot. I'm saying a lot because
They're like, are you sure?
absolutely. Yeah, he was a very open book, and he would talk about anything and everything, and he would know if, like, I was off or something was bothering me, and I would kind of pick up on it with him, too, but, yeah, there wasn't any, like, red flags or anything about him
Yeah.
wanting to do that.
That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. Did you know what his future plans were? And so, like, what? Because I feel like that's a lot of the loss when somebody dies suddenly or young. But there's like this whole life ahead. Like, what was it that you knew that he was supposed to do?
Well, he wanted to stay in the Marines more. He was gonna get deployed another time or two, and then he wanted to go back to college, and he was gonna work a security job and stuff to pay for that and to help out, and he just wanted to help people. That's really what he wanted to do, was to help people. So he went to, I believe it was criminal justice that he wanted to be in.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, I want to thank you because you inspired me to go back to college and figure out what I actually wanted to do. Because he's like, your drive and dedication, like, made me want to do more than just be who I am. So that was nice to hear. And I felt like we really built each other up a lot.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now about like your plans, and in your bio you talked about training for the Air Force and the fact that you want to continue to work on communications and helping people. Was that directly related to him in any way?
No, I've always wanted to go into communications because I've always been a people person. Because when I was back in Girl Scouts, we had to talk to people. We had to talk into big crowds and do community stuff, and that kind of got me into communications. But I think the Air Force, I've always wanted to do that, and I think I've always been scared to actually take the initial steps into doing it. Because, like, part of me, like, I want to do it to make my dad proud, but, like, another part, I want to do it for me. Because I don't feel like where I am right now is where I should be, you know? I feel like I have a lot more potential, and I'm not reaching that said potential yet. It's like I'm kind of in a rut. Yeah.
Is that a perception of yourself that you could challenge? Like, because I see that in some senses. There's like this vision I have of who I want to be and where I want to get to and all these different goals. And I have a hard time accepting that, like, I'm here now and I need to take these small steps to get there. But I think part of being able to see your, like, if your potential is a giant tree, you have to continue planting those seeds. Like, if you take a second to think about all the seeds that you plant, do you feel like you are watering that potential?
I feel like I am, because I got out of my comfort zone by acting, which is a really big thing, because I hated being in front of the camera. And I'm taking steps with the Air Force by finally going to the gym more and running and doing all these things that I don't want to do, but I have to do. Like, I have to do it in order to go in.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like I don't know how to explain it. It's a good feeling, but it's also like, am I really doing this? Like, is this really happening?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. When you say, is this really happening, you're talking about acting?
Just life in general, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the acting part is like, I'm so used to that now in my life that when someone's like, what are you doing? Or like, where are you going? Blah, blah, blah. Or what have you done? I just kind of say like the projects I've done, or like, oh yeah, I'm going on set. And they're like, oh, that's so cool. But to me, it's like, yeah, it is cool, but it's normal now. Which is nice. It's normal, and you don't have to be nervous. You can just have fun with it.
Yeah.
But the nervous part for me is definitely the Air Force. It's completely different. That's a whole other world.
Yeah.
But it's something I want to do. Go back to college, get into psychology. I want to travel.
So many things.
So many things. It's endless, honestly.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited.
Yeah, we're excited for you. And we are going to take a little bit of a break, and then Danielle will tell us more about her story afterwards.
Are you looking to record or film your podcast? We have the sound room and all necessary equipment you need. Contact us for pricing and to schedule your tour.
I was always smarter than the other kids. I matured at an early age. I was always a daydreamer, but I surprised my foster parent all the time.
You have come a long way, Cal. I'm proud of you.
As I learned by myself with no homeschool or public school, I was always alone as far back as I can remember. I'm an orphan and never met my real parents, and I never wanted to. Books soon became my new friends. They never talked back, and I could always rely on them to be there for me. Other kids my age made fun of me. They called me a freak because I knew more than them. I learned to keep my mouth shut. My foster parent didn't really pay attention to me while I grew up. He always thought I was weird.
I wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for you. You told me to drown my dad. What the fuck is wrong with you? How twisted are you?
You just murdered your father. They'll start looking for him. They'll eventually see the boat rocking alone in the lake.
Hey, do you need any carports or anything? What the hell are you doing on my property?
No, sorry, I was just leaving.
Then get the hell off my property. I don't need you and you little shits fucking on my property. Hey, do I know you?
No, I don't think so.
Aren't you Crop's son?
Yeah,
How's he doing?
he's okay.
Is he still drinking?
everyone. Welcome back to this episode of Mental Melodies. I'm your host, Carmen Bradley, and we are here with Danny Patton also. Thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for sharing your story. I wanted to tell Russell that, yes, I do wear it every day. Unfortunately, black lipstick was banned from work because I wore it, and leather pants were also banned. But I wear black lipstick other than when I'm at work because people are trying to dampen my spirits. But I didn't go through a goth phase in like high school or junior high, so I guess I'm like kind of in that
Doing it now.
Yeah. Did you ever have a goth phase?
I did not. I know my sister did, but I did not. Like, I liked like some of like the certain, you know, like emo music and stuff, but no, I dressed like a tomboy for the most part.
Yeah, you do kind of dress like a tomboy, but today you're very sweet. We both have, I think, very like sweet demeanors, but we're also like athletic, and we have a lot of similarities in that aspect. Except that, yeah, I'm embracing my goth. Maybe you'll get there one day.
Maybe when I'm 40 or something.
Yeah. I've taken acting classes at Dream Tracks, which is where Danny and I connected. And one of the acting coaches did that thing where he told me who I was and put me in that box. You know, like, you're a sweet person, so you're going to be in sweet people roles. And that really got to me. And so I'm, again, like fighting against that.
That's rough. That's really hard to get out of when they put you in a box.
Yeah.
Because they tried to do that to me, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
I was like, if you really believe that you can literally play anything.
Yeah.
You can be any type of character, any type of persona, whatever you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the whole part of acting.
Yes.
Is to be someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Because why would you want to play someone always sweet and innocent when you can play a crazy person?
Yeah.
When you're not that in real life. Yeah. Or at least I hope not, you know?
Yeah. And I think every acting opportunity is an opportunity to heal. I've been kind of learning that lately.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Even if you're on set as an extra or something, it's so good to be there because I feel like it's like mending like things that other people broke, you know? Like it's the own self-healing. Like you're healing yourself by doing something that you love.
Yeah. How did you get in, like, I know maybe IMTA was a part of challenging yourself with acting, but like, can you take me back to when you first knew like you were getting into communications, like film in general? Where does that like passion come from?
Wow. Okay. That started back in high school when I lived in Southern Illinois. We had a class that was it's called typography, but it was also an intro to film class. And my passion started when we did a little short film with Peeps. It was a stop motion one, which I don't recommend doing if you don't have patience like I do, because it's really hard to do. But that's how it started, with my little cheap Peep story that we did like around the school, which took a very long time, but it was fun. And then after that, I just got into it, and I wanted to get out of Illinois to go to a bigger place that had more opportunities for film, because I was like, I want to do film. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be a nurse or anything else like that. Like, kudos to all them, but I want something creative.
Yes.
That I can like express myself without people putting in their 2 cents. Like, they're always going to put in their 2 cents, but it's not going to affect me, you know? And that's how I got into AI, but then it closed down in 2019 because of fraud and all that. Yeah.
AI, like artificial intelligence, or is
No,
that a business?
It's Art Institute.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It was the Art Institute of Las Vegas.
Oh.
So I got a lot of scholarships to go there, and I was like, why
Nice.
not? And I moved across the country for it.
Oh, that's what brought you here.
Yes.
Yes. And then it closed down?
Yeah. Yeah, very, very bad. And I was about a year ahead because I was taking summer classes. I was taking 7 or 8 classes at a time and working, and like I was into it. I loved it. But it just, the curriculum just went down the drain. The people, the teachers didn't care, the students didn't show up, and I was like, I'm not paying thousands of dollars for this.
Yeah.
So I got transferred to the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, and that's where I switched from filmmaking and video production to communications and media technologies, which is a fancier word for filmmaking. But it goes more into the pre-aspects of film and the communications with others, which is what I want to do now.
Nice. So your family followed you?
My mom did. She's like, "You're not moving to Vegas by yourself," and I was like, "Yeah, that's fair."
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I don't blame her.
Yeah.
And then my sister moved from Colorado, so we're here, but we're planning on moving, hopefully soon, depending.
Out of Vegas?
Yeah.
Over back on the East Coast?
It just, to me, it just depends where the Air Force takes me.
Where the Air Force takes you. Gotcha.
I like how that sounds.
Yes, and where the wind takes you.
Yes.
Yeah, I like living life that way. Trying to have a plan, but then also being open to, where life's going to take you.
Yeah, it's always
Yeah.
good to have a plan. Like, I have a plan, like, this is my last year of acting. If nothing comes out of it, then it is what it is. And I have a great resume. I worked with some great people, like celebrities, non-celebrities, friends that I've made. Like, I've made a handful of friends, you included. So it's really nice. Granted, there was a lot of ups and downs that we went through, like personally through,
Yeah.
when we went on that trip, but I think it was all worth it.
Yeah, I think so too. So I'm curious, like, where does the deadline come in with, like, acting is for me until this point, and then I'm going to switch gears?
That actually comes in a few months, actually, because I'm going to talk to a recruiter and see the time frame, because I know it always takes longer to go through it, and they've been giving me issues about going in as an officer, which really sucks, because they're like, oh, go enlisted. I was like, I have a bachelor's degree. I don't want to go in as enlisted.
Yeah.
I get higher pay. I get a better job as an officer. So I was like, I'm not going to do enlisted. That is not for me. I'm not an enlisted girly. I try to, like, envision it, and I was like, I just can't. If I can't envision it, I just can't force myself to do it.
I like that. I am all for following visions. I think that, like, we all are given it if we pay attention.
Oh, absolutely.
Like a picture of where our life can go and where our potential lies. And so I think following that is key, 100%. And then, like, tying in what you were saying about what other people think. Like, other people can't necessarily see your vision, except sometimes Maria. She sees things in my head about me that I'm like, okay, I'm meant to be here. You know what I mean? Those people are special.
Yes.
I did want to touch on, you said your mom lived here, your sister's here. In your bio, you talked about, like, how you can do anything you want to. This, like, idea of achieving the impossible, and I agree. Like, I think that dreams can become plans as long as you put steps into action. But you did mention, like, having a support system.
Oh, absolutely.
And how important that is. Talk me through that. Like, who supports you? How has that grown and developed? Like, where do you see that continuing? That kind of thing.
I mean, my biggest support system, it's gonna be cliche, but it's my family. It's really mostly my sister and my mom, because without them, I wouldn't have gone to IMTA. I wouldn't have done acting classes. I wouldn't have worked with all these people I never thought I got to actually meet. And it's just, they always give me the confidence that I've lacked, because I feel like going through, like, my childhood and stuff, like, I was never super confident because I didn't like how I looked, and I didn't like that I felt different than, like, everyone else. But now, like, I'm embracing that, and I realize it's okay to be, like, tomboyish, and it's okay to like other things that other people don't like, and it's okay to be different. So my mom and sister have really been, like, my biggest support system, and, like, I love them to the moon and back, and I feel like when I reach my goals, I can actually finally take care of them. Like, that's my main thing, is to take care of them, because they've taken care of me literally my whole life. And, like, my sister is, like, my second mom, basically. And, like, I still talk to my dad, but, it's just not as good as a connection as my mom and sister, because they understand what I want, and they always support me no matter what, regardless of money, regardless of time. Like, they'll put down what they're doing to help me. Yeah.
That's so important, have people that believe in you.
It is. And if you don't have that, then it's really hard to achieve your goals. And then you're going to, like, second guess yourself. And then you're just like, oh, should I actually do this? But when you have people in your corner, you're like, I can do anything. Like, it is really nice. It's such a, like, warming feeling to have.
I I have this interesting thing that happens to me recently where anytime I'm going through kind of a deep trough of doubt, it's like, usually it's kind of manageable, it's just like thoughts, but every once in a while it's a couple weeks or even like a month, especially after my dog died. I was just in this like I'll get up one day, I promise. I kept doing things, but it's just like that feeling. Mm-hmm. But I noticed that I'm starting to feel alone and I'm starting to doubt things, and then I start to get messages from people who are like thinking of me or checking in on me, and that a big thing for me was like I had to build that community. I had to create that because a lot of my family is not really around me. But I just like we were saying with the vision, I think if you're really on the right path and you're following that, like people will be around you, people will show up, people will lift your spirits, and that's just such a beautiful, lovely thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I feel like some people have deeper connections with each other, like some of the times that you've texted me, like I really needed to talk to someone, and I'm like, oh, Carmen. And like whenever I imagine you or talk to you, you're always like a little ball of sunshine. Is how like I like to describe it to people. Like you and Jeremy are like two of the most positive people I've ever met. And you guys always like look after others, even if they don't look after you. And I feel like that's such a quality trait to have that people lack so much of. Especially in Vegas, because it's all about like their mindset of like, oh, it's about me, and then like, no, it's about everyone. Mm-hmm. Like kind of similar, like I'm gonna rope it back into acting. Like we're on dozens of Facebook sites and like pages. Yeah. And if I see something that I don't match but that matches you or someone else I know, I'll send it to them. But people like gatekeep that stuff, and I'm like, why? Yeah. I'm like, you can't be a 6'5", 300-pound man when you're like 5'11". Like you just can't. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. Narcissism is huge in our field, in our career, and whatever we see it as. I don't know. I feel like I don't really see a career. So it's a career, but it's a lifestyle for me.
It's honestly a lifestyle. Yeah.
Creativity like is who I am now, and everything kind of relates to it, which it's really cool. But yeah, narcissism does run deep, and I think in a way that maybe I have a theory that stems from doubt, that it stems from this idea that you have to do it all on your own. Like I think a lot of people who do choose paths that are difficult like this have been through difficult things, and so they try to trudge through on their own. But it's like, what's the point of art if not for everybody? Like, you know, once you start to shed that idea that like, you know, that you should be the lead in everything or whatever. Yeah. Like I'm the hero of my own story, but I exist in a world with so many other beautiful heroes who, you know, like everybody should kind of trade having the limelight and supporting other people and like
absolutely
doing their part.
1000%.
Yeah. Cool. Break time. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. See you back in a couple minutes.
Now on digital and DVD.
Hit it.
Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star is an epic sci-fi adventure.
Do what needs to be done.
An edge-of-your-seat wild ride.
We have company.
Tons of popcorn-munching fun. 5 stars. A love letter to the sci-fi films of the 70s and 80s. With plenty of action and fun for all. You need to see it. You really do.
The captain just decided it's time to go.
I am ready for a sequel. Experience a bold new adventure. Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star.
A good old-fashioned adventure.
Now on digital and DVD.
Welcome to social media shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
Hi everyone, welcome back. This is our last segment of today's episode of Mental Melodies. I'm your host Carmen Bradley and I am here with
Danielle Patton.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you all for listening. Let's just continue chatting about your journey as an actress and as a human. Do you want to share any more about Jake's story to kind of tie a little bow on that, and like how maybe you mentioned that it kind of keeps you going? So tell me why you've been thinking about him lately and how that's been keeping you going.
Well, I've been thinking about him a lot more lately because we made this little pact that when we were 25 and if we were both like single or struggling or whatever, then we just get married. Just get married, tie a knot, be done. And like I was planning on moving to Arizona because I had some better opportunities there, but then after he passed away, I was like, I don't want to go to Arizona because that's where he's buried at. So I feel like I still distance myself a little bit from it because I don't talk about him that much, but I think about him all the time.
Yeah.
And one thing that's really helped me that some people might find weird, I don't know if other people do this or even if you do this, when he first passed away, I would actually like just be in my car driving and I would just talk to him. I'd be like, hi Jake, how are you? And blah, blah, blah. Like, this is what's going on. And like at the end, I'd be like, I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Just like he was there because I know like he's looking down on me. So that I did that for a very long time.
Yeah. I did do that a couple times with my dog. This is the necklace that's supposed to contain some of his ashes, but I haven't put them in yet. But this is the first day that I've worn it, actually.
It's gorgeous.
And yeah, thank you. I've been kind of toying with this idea. So I mentioned earlier about how, you know, I think our grief gets spread out over time, but I think that it's always a part of us. There's some kind of meme I've seen about this, like in the healing community, about how we just essentially make space for our grief. It's like the person that was there and that kind of like energy and connection in our bodies becomes grief, and it becomes like a part of sadness, and it's all like mixed in together. But I think that while we have this moment, like you mentioned, the moment when you fell, and then the first month when you were crying every day, we have these periods of time where we are forced to be like, grieving is our state at that time.
Yeah.
But then I guess I'm just toying with this idea that it's so important to not forget the people that we lose, especially when it's stories like these where it's like you like learn a lesson about how important it is to be careful, or how important it is to like value how your actions affect other people. I'm rambling, and you had asked me if I talked to so I talked to my dog because that's more recent, but my brother is the one who's like kind of not my Jake, because it's not the same relationship, but in a way, you know, like the person that I lost that changed my life, that now I'm like, I feel like I was putting him in a box for a little while. I was kind of like saying, I think I was misunderstanding the stages of grief. Like I got to acceptance and I was done.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. And then we rotate through it for the rest of our life.
It's a cycle, honestly. People don't understand that. They're like, oh, it's just these stages and then I'm done. And like, I can go back to normal. But I'm like, when you lose someone, you don't go back to normal. Because that person was part of your normal schedule or everyday life or week or how, it depends how connected you were. But obviously your brother.
Yeah.
You would talk to him all the time. Yeah. And Jake, I would talk to him every single day. Yeah. And it's kind of crazy to think like it's been years since he's been gone, but it doesn't feel like it. Because I can like vividly remember like the day that I was told that, and going to his funeral, and like his 1 year anniversary, and like all this other stuff. Like it seems like that was just like yesterday. Yeah. And it's kind of weird like how grief makes you not really understand time sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how to explain it, but do you know what I'm saying?
I think I know what you're saying because I'm thinking about core memories.
Yes.
And how, like, our perception of time and who we are as a person is shaped by these memories. And so these sound like core memories to you.
Mhm.
Like they will always be strong because they're, I always quote, not quote Inside Out, but reference it on the show. You know, that the scene in the movie where everything like tumbles and falls.
Yes.
And that's like what's happening, I feel like, is our psyches are building up these memories and these connections with people, and they become either bigger or smaller, depending on if they're there. So now it's like you have this island of grief that's like the Jake Island.
Yeah.
You know, that's filled
Honestly,
with like
yeah.
these really sad memories as well as those good ones. But yeah, I'm becoming a sad bear now.
Don't be a sad bear.
I'm raining on the sunshine.
No, it's good to talk about it though, because people are so scared to talk about their emotions and feelings. I was like that for a very long time. I didn't talk to anyone about Jake, and it was eating me alive. Like, I was so closed off. I didn't talk to anybody, and like the person at the time that I was seeing, he's like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "You just won't get it." Like, you always think people won't understand what you're going through, but I have to say, like, 99% of people have gone through what you've gone through, at least in some type of way. Not exactly the same, probably impact or whatever, but they've lost people. They've dealt with grief and depression and all this other stuff. But, like, in the moment, you're like, you don't understand what I'm going through. Like, I'm the only person who's going through this, but you're not.
Yeah.
And you very much close yourself off from other people and their help because you don't want their help.
Yeah.
You want to be sad. You want to be depressed for a little bit because it's part of life.
Yeah.
And that's what people are gonna probably disagree with. Like, oh no, I don't ever want to be sad and stuff, but you have to be.
Yeah.
You gotta be sad. You gotta be angry. You gotta be depressed sometimes because we're humans.
Yeah.
We can't be happy all the time.
Yeah.
And if we did, that would be an issue, honestly.
I agree. I do agree. Because I know that people look, I don't know why exactly, but people use the word sunshine about me all the time.
Yeah.
but like one of my main like messages about life is that like it's important to feel sad when you need to feel sad and angry when you need to feel angry and all these things. And I honestly think that that's part of the reason why people see the sunshine so much in me is because I make so much space for all the rest of it. Is that maybe my sun shines a little brighter.
It is.
Because my rain's a little stronger.
And that's okay because people don't want to have those type of emotions.
Yeah.
They just want one emotion. They don't want the probably dozens that we actually do portray throughout our lifetime. They're just like, I want my life to be X, Y, and Z. But that's not reality.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to be sad. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to yell. It's okay to cry. It's okay to not want to get out of bed and not get out of bed for a day or two.
Yeah.
But it's always important to pick yourself back up.
Yeah.
And do what you want to do and just be a better you for the person that you lost is kind of like how I think about it.
Yeah.
Because they have seen you in a different light and they know what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably even know what you can do even more now since they're not even here.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how like I think of it, and that's why I push myself a lot more than I should, I feel like, and I'm so hard on myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, if I'm not good at this, then I need to be the best at it. Like, you know, like that, to reach what you actually want to do.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best mindset, but it's better than others. So
yeah.
we're getting there. It's all a learning process.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. It's
Yes.
a really hard learning process. People
Yeah.
think it's easy. It's really not.
Yeah.
Especially getting out of grief. That was probably one of the toughest things I've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of weird. It's like one day you're like, I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
It goes from like you're like this, and then you go all the way down, like straight down into the ground, and then you're like crawling your way back up almost.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then one day you're like, I don't feel sad anymore. And you're like, I should, but I don't. Like, is that okay?
Yeah.
And it is okay.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, you don't think it's okay, and you should be sad all the time, and you shouldn't be happy or hanging out with friends or laughing and blah, blah, blah. But it's okay, and they'll want you to be happy.
Yeah.
That's definitely a big thing I got from Jake's death.
Yeah.
is it's okay to be happy. And his mom actually helped me a lot with that too. She, like, you remind me of her actually, and vice versa. Yeah, you're just like a little bit younger version of her, and she's very insightful, and so are you. And it was just so nice to hear those like reassuring words from her, and like, and then she called me like sweetheart like he did, and then I was just like, oh no, and then I just cried.
Yeah.
And she's like, did I say something wrong? I was like, no.
The right thing, actually.
Yeah, it was like, you said the right thing that I needed to hear.
Yeah.
And just my body and my mind's like, you're gonna cry, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna cry. Like,
Yeah.
that's another thing. It's okay to cry. It's definitely okay. I've actually cried quite a bit, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I used to think, oh no, I don't need to cry and blah blah blah, but it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, I think we need to. I mean,
Absolutely.
I think our bodies have to, otherwise they're storing the emotions. Like that's literally.
And it's
our
gonna
body
explode.
functions.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's gonna be like a horrible breakdown.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. I do not recommend that. Like,
We have to give ourselves so much grace though, because there's like, I always talk about the limitations that like life puts on us. Like if we're supposed to be grieving or we're supposed to be crying, but we have to go to work kind of thing. It's like we almost do have to put things in a box. Like maybe for the last few years, for whatever reason, I did need to put my brother or my grief in a box. Because now I'm ready to take it out and kind of examine that pain and like, use it as motivation again, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we have sad songs and sad movies. Like I'm thinking
absolutely.
about why we're drawn to art, because I think a lot of the world outside of, people who like decide to live a little more freely, I think is like pushed into a box, the happy like Instagram box. So when you make a choice to live life differently from that and to make space for everything, I think that's why, at least for me, why I'm drawn to art and making that more a part of my life, so that I can really, it validates like those feelings, and like the existence of the whole human spectrum,
Definitely.
Yeah. Yep. So let's see, can you tell the viewers like how to find you and where they're going to see you around town and that kind of thing?
Yes, you can find me on Instagram at Danielle_M_Patton_. And I also have an Instagram for my small production company called Dwarf Star Films on Instagram. We have a link tree on there that has our YouTube and everything else on it. And you can also find me on my third Instagram that I just made a couple days ago, which It's called Patton_Powerhouse. It's where I'm going to be posting my gym training and getting ready for the Air Force and the reality of it and how hard it's actually going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can add me on Facebook at Danielle Patton. And yeah, I don't want to give out my email, so.
Oh yeah, but your social security number would be great.
Oh yeah.
Right at this time. Just kidding.
I mean, if you want it, no.
So yes, Danielle_M_Patton_,
Yes.
or Patton Powerhouse.
Yep, Patton_Powerhouse.
Patton_Powerhouse or Dwarf Star Films. So yeah, if you're looking for like reels for your acting portfolio or something, she would be a great resource.
Hit me up for that, color correction, whatever.
Yeah, editing, all of that. And let's see, I guess I have some news. We're going to be rebranding the show soon. It's going to be turning from Mental Melodies into the Carmen Bradley Show, so just look out for more rebranding, more black lipstick, more leather pants, more bravery, more guests, more honesty, more emotions, more jokes. I want to lighten up the place a little bit. And so thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you for listening, and we will see you all next time. Have you felt lost, lonely, or maybe even a little bit loony? I talk about these things on my show and how to help them. Mental Melodies, broadcasting live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. and every Saturday at 11. Tune in. Mental Melodies, will you talk to me?
Good morning, Las Vegas. Welcome to Rise and Shine. Come on, everybody. Las Vegas, or afternoon, or evening, whenever it is you happen to be tuning in. This is a special edition of Rise and Shine Las Vegas. I'm Jason Ha. Got a great show coming up, so I'm glad you're here with us. So we're going to have candidate for U.S. Congress, Mark Robertson, will be joining us today. So I'm very excited for that, looking forward to it. But first, well, I'm just going to ramble for a little bit. The weather, it's kind of been erratic here lately. I was supposed to make a whole report on how beautiful it was today, how sunny, how nice. We got a little bit more rain, so it's keeping things, it's not exactly cold. It's still Vegas, so I'm going to just dispense with the weather for now. Not going to get into the sports, maybe a few other things going on right now. Like, the recent news is that in North Las Vegas, very interesting, they have just announced that there's going to be a Black Business Fair. The North Las Vegas Mayor Pamela Goins Brown has announced that during Black History Month, this is October, in February here, there's going to be this business fair. There's all sorts of events and all sorts of things like that. I remember saying a while back during when the Martin Luther King parade was about to happen that things have kind of gone the wrong way as far as trying to ease all of those conflicts and tensions, and elevating and isolating those things, those traits, those characteristics, blackness, if you will, is the wrong way to go. It was all about all of us being the same. It was all about all of us being equal and not focusing on one or the other. So tell me what you think about this upcoming event. It's on February 24th in North Las Vegas. And it's already gotten a lot of noise on social media and things in that regard. So I just sit a little uneasy with that, but we'll get on with that later. Maybe we'll talk about that in the later part of the show. But what else is going on? All right, creep you out a little bit. Bed bugs in some of the hotels here in Vegas. Yes, the last finishing off the year, we got the Venetian, got the Mirage, got Excalibur, and Encore. All got busted for those creepy little insidious little things. And it's kind of one of those things in the tourist industry you got to kind of deal with, but they've since been passed, they've been checked, they've been cleaned, or whatever, and all that, but all right. I was trying to actually think about a joke with Californians, but I couldn't come up with anything. But hey, at least we can get rid of the bed bugs with pesticide. Enough about that. Just going to kind of go on a little further now. We're going to let this go. We're going to take a short little break, just kind of get my wheels under me here. And we're going to have Mark Robertson on with us for an interview here. So just stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause, because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, Social Media Shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
And welcome back, Rise and Shine Las Vegas. I'm Jason Ha, and with me today is current candidate for U.S. Senate District 1 in Nevada, Mark Robertson. Mark,
hey,
it really is.
Thank you so much. And it's U.S. Congress.
Did I misspeak again?
You said Senate, but that's all right. It's U.S. Congress.
Yeah, representative. Exactly. Yeah, District 1. Yeah. So tell me about what you're doing here now. Let's just start with that.
So the campaign's off and running. We've I was the Republican nominee last year, and so we've got an army of volunteers that are still in place. Lots of people know my name. We did very well in the last election, so everything now is out talking to voters. I'm doing meet and greets every day and multiple locations, and it's all talking to voters, finding out what's on their mind, and letting them tell me what the issues are for them. And so that's where I'm spending most of my time.
That's a great way to start. The mechanisms are already in place. All your infrastructure, the whole camp. So now you can really just set about reaching people directly.
That's right. Last time was the first time I'd ever run for public office, and learned a lot of lessons. Just like Ronald Reagan and Abraham Lincoln, who both lost their first election, I learned a lot from 2022 that we're now using in 2024 to win this time.
Absolutely. And any great success usually comes following significant failures.
Yeah, I think you learn more in failure than you do in success.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
That's not always true, but you would hope so. So, as far as what you're trying to address, what your goals are, what your ambitions are as a representative.
Yeah, so I don't like the direction the country's going. I don't like the huge government spending, overspending, printing and borrowing money that we don't have, which has caused inflation. And that $35 trillion, going on $35 trillion of debt being left for our children and grandchildren. It's just not the right thing to do. It's not morally right to saddle our kids and grandkids with that type of debt. I don't like what's going on our borders. It's an invasion of our borders, the flow of guns, gangs, and drugs across our southern border. We've got to secure our own borders. It's a matter of national security. So those are the two things I hear over and over from the people I talked with. It's the economy and it's the border.
Absolutely. As far as the immigration and the illegal immigration and all of that goes, Las Vegas, we seem to employ a large percentage, maybe not on the level of California, obviously with their borders, but they seem to be opening up all sorts of benefits and services for them rather than cutting things off.
Yeah.
It's quite a battle that you probably all have in Congress there.
I'm pro-immigration. I mean, my ancestors immigrated to the United States. Most of us would not be here,
right.
except for those Native Americans who were here. Most of us, and so I'm pro-immigration. But it ought to be the people we decide who come here. It ought to be the people who have the skills so they can contribute to our economy right away. It shouldn't be people who just decide to break our laws and come into the country.
Right.
We ought to decide who comes into our country.
Yeah. No, do it the right way and be vetted and be handpicked, if you will.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is difficult. Now, as far as how that leads into issues with crime and issues with guns.
Yeah.
Would you feel that the gun issue still ongoing? Again, we're faced with mass shootings every other day.
Right.
And my personal take on it, it's not about the guns. It's about the people that are willing to use them.
That's right. I am all for taking the guns away from criminals, but it does not make any sense to take away law-abiding citizens' ability to protect themselves and their families. So let's take away the guns from criminals. Let's be harsh in our penalties for anybody who commits a crime with a gun. That's not happening right now throughout the United States. We're putting people right back out on the street even though they committed crimes with a gun. There should be harsh penalties for anybody who uses a gun in committing a crime. Let's take the guns away from the criminals. Let's stop the flow of guns from Mexican cartels across our border. But let's protect the right of law-abiding citizens to own and carry guns in their own self-protection.
Absolutely. Now, do you feel that there is some gun is too much gun? Now, a lot of attempts to rein in gun control has been to draw some lines between what's an appropriate gun and what's too much.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you can't own a tank.
Right.
You can't own a bazooka.
Right.
Now, you're a colonel, retired colonel in the Army, so maybe you can own.
No, I don't own a tank or a bazooka.
But so there are lines drawn in those extremes.
Well, I've heard people say, yeah, you don't need an AR-15 to go hunting.
common argument.
But the Second Amendment wasn't to protect hunters' rights. It was so people could protect themselves against a despot government. They were fighting the government of England, the world's largest army. They were protecting themselves from their government and from despots. It wasn't so that they could go hunting. It was to protect themselves. And we ought to allow people to protect themselves.
So you're not looking to split hairs or hair triggers, if you will, in that regard, as far as the material, or even limiting, ammunition and rounds and things like that. It's, again, and I have addressed this before, it's really about the state of the mental health of this country.
It is. And there is a maturity issue, too. You mentioned I was in the military, and I commanded a training company for 3 years. So these are new recruits that came in. They're 18-year-olds. And we don't hand them a live M16 on their first day of basic training. They go through lots of training to know how to safely operate that weapon before we ever give them a live weapon and live ammunition. And, the National Rifle Association, I'm a lifetime member of the NRA, they built their company they built their organization on safety and on hunter safety and gun safety. And so they're big advocates of safety programs that would train people how to safely operate a weapon. And so I am all in favor of safety programs to help people know how to safely operate a weapon.
Absolutely. Yeah, again, you teach them how to be safe with it. I wonder how much. In the military, you can't really say this is the value of taking a human life. You can't really delve into the ethics of it per se, because there is a job to do. To do or die, or when it's simply to ask. Right. So you can't really handle that. But in the rest of the country, there seems to be a real absence of empathy and actually connectivity to that element. People just don't give a damn about their life or others' lives the way, So again, that mental health side of things is what I'm really concerned about.
Yeah, and it's something we really need to take a look at.
Absolutely. Now, as far as some of the other freedoms and things goes, I found that very interesting on there as well. So as far as rights, as far as education, we're definitely going to get back to education. I'm going to save that for the next segment because that's a whole nother wonderful subject.
Great.
But rights, one of the things that caught my eye was the issue of free speech these days.
Yeah.
And what I found is the contrast now with the attack on it by the emotionalism, the woke agendas and things like that. That you can't say anything that hurts somebody's feelings or triggers them. The trigger warning thing is out of control.
Right. Yeah, this whole cancel culture that if a group doesn't agree with what you're saying, they make a concerted effort to cancel you and to make sure they silence your voice. You see universities allowing their student body to boo and make noise so that a guest speaker, somebody the university invited to speak, and the university allows the students to make it so that that person can't speak. And the universities are where we ought to have a free exchange of ideas, as long as it's not people calling for the extermination or the genocide against a particular race.
The enormous rash of the highest of our Ivy League schools and the like, with the anti-Jew and the pro-Palestinian, and all of that that's going on. It's crossed the line.
Right.
Significantly,
yeah. So I'm a big freedom of speech, freedom of religion, all of the First Amendments of the Constitution, which we call the Bill of Rights.
So, and learning what I have, you're a man of faith. You're a member, active church goer. And as far as you are a Republican, as far as the other more extreme sides of that party and their views as far as books in schools and things like that, that gets to be another very delicate, very tricky issue. So as far as free speech goes, are there lines that you wouldn't cross as far as what's promoted there?
Well, so deciding what's appropriate in a school has nothing to do with free speech. People can still go out buy that book. They can talk about that book. We're not impeding on anybody's free speech. We're going to talk about education, but I'll just say that we are failing our students in math, science, and reading. we need to concentrate on those topics, not on what treating people different because based on their skin color. You know, this CRT stuff. We ought to be focusing on math, science, and reading, because that's where we're failing our kids.
I think that's somewhere, the country culturally we are really losing our grip is things like the CRT and so many of the other issues there. It's really, I can appreciate that. Now we're going to get back to education, but I wanted to come back to some of your background.
Yeah.
You were a business owner
Yep.
in Henderson.
Yep.
And definitely business rights and the separation, the overreach of government regulation into businesses. I feel strongly about that as well. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I'm for small government. If you look at the Constitution, if you read the documents and what the founding fathers envisioned for the federal government, it was a small federal government, not this intrusive monster that we have now that's in every aspect of our life. From cradle to grave, the federal government has something to say about it. That's not what was envisioned. It's not what's in the Constitution. The Constitution gives very limited powers to the federal government. They can raise an army and a navy. They're responsible for international relationships and interstate commerce. They can issue money and those type of things. Everything else is left to the states and to we the people. And I'd like to get back to that, to a small federal government, and having we the people have the rights and the power. That's where it's designed to be.
100%. I agree completely. I've always felt very strongly that the abrogation of a business owner's rights is truly a violation of their human rights.
Yeah.
The individual rights, that is private property.
Yeah.
As opposed to public property.
Right.
Public institutions, publicly funded, publicly shared, they're beholden to everyone. They adhere to everyone's expectation. Private property, a business, even though you hang a sign on the door, that might as well be your own home.
Right.
And for the government to step in and say you have to sell to them, and you have to sell to them, and you have to do this, and you have to do that,
right,
that violates our very individual rights.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I was in a very regulated industry. I owned a financial planning firm, and it's very regulated. About 10% of our largest expense was compliance with government regulations.
Quite sure.
We had to pay a huge percentage of what we took in to pay to make sure we were complying with all of the myriad of government regulations. It's a drain on businesses. It's a drain on the economy. That 10%, those monies, those dollars we paid to comply with regulation didn't go to help the economy at all. It went to the government, and that's not helping people.
Yeah, just more administration, more bureaucracy, more paperwork.
That's right.
And to pay for all of that.
That's right.
Very little of it actually serving the interest of conducting business properly.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's certainly something to, I mean, in Congress being what it is, it's kind of one of the things I always think that it's by committee. How efficient could it be if it's need to spell with 2 M's and 2 T's and 2 E's?
Yeah. Fortunately, by design, Congress is not very efficient, and I like that. The founders of the document wanted to make it difficult for the federal government to impose all these laws on it, and so I like that. You know, there's the joke is, if pro is the opposite of con, got that? Pro is the opposite of con. What's the opposite of Congress? Progress. Yeah,
I had forgotten that.
That's right. So we don't want a lot of. We don't want to make it easy for Congress to pass more laws and more restrictions on Americans. Yeah.
I've always thought civilizations have existed for thousands of years. We haven't figured it out yet. We keep having to add new laws every.
Right.
It's I've been of the same mind. Yeah. But speaking of, you're not going to be involved or worried about it just yet. But another pending shutdown. That they're fighting over there. Do you have any thoughts on where they're at straddling those sides?
Yeah, we have got to get back to regular order where every year we look at every line of the budget and we say, is this program still doing what we want it to do? Is this really where we should be spending our money? The last 2 decades, we have these monstrous bills that come at the last minute under the threat of shutting down the government. and Congress and members of Congress are given a choice: either shut down the government or vote for this monster that we haven't given you any time to read. And
with all the extras attached to it.
Oh,
the
yeah,
writers,
with all the
that.
pork and all the writers. And it's just, and that's why we're $35 trillion in debt, because Congress has abdicated their role of watching the purse of the country, and they give all of this authority to this government bureaucracy to make the rules. They pass these monstrous things, and then the bureaucracy would become a fourth arm of the government. So, yeah, we've got to get back to where we're looking at the budget line by line and saying, is this really where we want to spend our money?
It has indeed. So we're gonna talk about a few other things when we come back here. We're gonna take a short little break, and again back to education, among other things. And well, just stick around, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Social Media Shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
All right, thanks for coming back. We're here again with Mark Robertson, candidate for U.S. Congress, the House of Representatives, District 1.
That's it.
Very good. So, talked about some really interesting things here thus far. I want to go back again to your background. And again, very impressed. Served 30 years in the Army, retired as a colonel. And not only that, but served with your son in Iraq, was it?
I did. My son was at the university during that in that 2008 period when the war in Iraq was not going well. You might remember every day you would turn on the TV and there'd be reports of roadside bombs killing American soldiers. That's what's going on in Iraq. And my son calls and tells my wife and I that he's joining the Army. I said, Stephen, don't sign anything. And I went straight to the university and I said, why are you doing this? You don't need the money. And he says, I'm not doing it for the money, Dad. I said, well, why the Army? Why don't we talk to the Air Force? And he said, no, the Army will guarantee I can learn a language. I said, what language do you want to learn? And he said, Arabic. I said, Stephen, if you learn Arabic, they're going to send you to Iraq. And his answer was 3 words. He said, I know, Dad. He was doing it because he thought it was his duty to go to Iraq. And he was willing to volunteer and to learn Arabic, and he did. He spent, so he went to basic training, he went to his military intelligence school, spent 1.5 years at Presidio of Monterey learning Arabic, and then in 2010 he came down on orders for Iraq. So I immediately looked for an opportunity to volunteer, to be there, And so I deployed at the same time. We weren't in the same unit and not in the same location, but I was able to see him 3 or 4 times while we were both deployed.
Was that a relief?
It was a real honor for me to be able to serve on the field of battle with my own son.
Sure.
It was terrifying for my wife.
Sure.
For the entire year that we were gone, she flew a flag outside of our house with 2 blue stars on it, indicating family members that were in harm's way. But we both came home without any physical harm. Stephen struggles a little bit with some of the things that he saw and experienced while he was there, but we both came home without any physical damage.
Tremendous. It had to be a combination of he learned from his father. All those years, it's almost inevitable that he would at least have some of those same values and some of that same drive.
Yeah, we had never talked about him joining the military, so it was a bit of a surprise.
Really?
But it was a real, like I said, an honor for me to serve with him. When he was promoted to sergeant, I'm the one that pinned his sergeant stripes on, and he saluted me, and it was pretty cool.
That's pretty memorable. That's special.
It was cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, coming back to politics, and from the military's perspective, really still an ongoing mess right now with how things are being handled in Israel with Palestine and Hamas. It still a lot of pressure now from the UN to ceasefire. Now, fortunately, the U.S. has vetoed that just recently.
Right.
It's an ugly thing, though, with the way Israel's trying to root them out.
Right.
What can they do?
Yeah. Well, there's not an easy solution. If there's an easy solution, it would have happened sometime in the last 70 years. I mean, this has been going on since 1945, and so there isn't an easy solution. But Israel has an undeniable right to defend itself. And when Israel governed the Gaza Strip, they didn't have these terrorist organizations operating in there. It's when Israel, in a peace gesture, allowed the Palestinians self-rule within the Gaza Strip, and they voted for Hamas, a terrorist organization, to lead them. And so the fathers and the mothers who voted for this should take some responsibility to what has happened to their children, because they're the ones that chose a terrorist organization to be their leaders. I feel for the children. I do.
Not only that, but they're continuing to inhabit that city and those areas where Hamas is still working in and out of, and they're not ejecting them.
Right.
They're not kicking them out of their basement or their attic.
That's right. They're not saying, hey, they're over here.
Get out of the hospitals.
Right.
So they do have to bear some responsibility.
No, there is. I felt the same way when I served in Afghanistan, and it bothered me. There were Americans in Afghanistan, and we were losing our lives, and there were fathers and sons and brothers who were not Afghans, who were not standing up to protect their wives and their mothers and their sisters from the Taliban and from the ruthless rule of these Islamist extremists. At some point, adults need to stand up. We did. We didn't like the tyrannical rule of England, and we stood up and we fought for ourselves and our own freedom. We need people who are willing to do that and stand up for their own and take responsibility for their own situation.
And they do. They keep rooting them out, and it just gets. The only thing that's focused on now in the media is those kids.
Right.
They're wailing and crying and wounded, and that's the only thing being sold right now.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is it's hasn't been even talked about again for a while, just how atrocious, how horrific those acts were.
Right.
All the way back on the 7th.
Right. And Hamas promised to do it again.
They did. By all means.
They said we'll be back and we will do it again.
We'll do it every chance we get.
Yeah.
And the rest of Palestine is just fodder.
Right.
They are born to sacrificed.
Yeah, they have Hamas has no concern for their people. They're hiding behind those children. They're using children as human shields. Yeah, what bothers me, obviously that's a terrible situation and no easy answer, But we see Iran's behind all of this. Iran's behind this, and
Pushing a lot of buttons.
and all of these other groups that are attacking American ships and attacking American warships.
It's expanded.
Because they see weakness in the White House. They see a weak president who's not willing to stand up.
Maybe he just forgot.
That could be. That's very good, Jason. That could be.
But it's true, and now that we're sort of kind of split, now we're trying to police the Red China, the South China Sea. Now we're still dealing with supporting Ukraine,
right?
And now we got this over in the Middle East,
right,
and the Mediterranean there. So yeah, America is sort of kind of spread out a little bit, and it's made us a little bit more vulnerable. It's almost a matter of should we just kind of hit them harder?
Well, look at what's happened in the last 3 years. Just 3 years ago, when Biden took office, things were pretty peaceful. Even the Biden administration came out bragging about how the Middle East had settled down. Well, everything's in flames now. You look at Europe, and Russia feels emboldened to be able to go into their neighbor countries, and they're not going to stop at Ukraine. And China's watching our reaction to Putin, and they've got their eye on Taiwan, and rogue terrorists in the Middle East don't have any hesitation to attack American interests in Syria and Jordan. And
everybody sees right now our hands are full, and we are spread out all over the place.
And we have a weak president.
North Korea
Yeah,
is just
very
chomping
good.
at the bit.
Yeah, and he's got nuclear weapons that can reach the United States, and all because of weakness in our president.
It's a bit. Now, I'm not going to put you on the spot when it comes to Trump, but I will say at least Trump had enough attitude and enough nerve to just tell everybody to basically piss off.
Yeah.
And was sort of perceived as crazy enough that you didn't want to get him too riled up.
I served in the Pentagon during the Trump administration, and there was a different feeling there. There was a feeling that, that America's strong and that America will stand up for itself. And we've lost that. We've lost that. Yeah.
By all means, we're apologizing again, and we're bending over with the whole woke thing, the whole cancel thing, the whole modern sensibility. We're bending over so much now that we're starting to crack.
Yeah, you're right, Jed.
So let's do something more positive and talk about the future of this country. That's going to be the kids.
I think the future is bright, and I think this is still the greatest country in the history of the world, and that we Americans have so much to be grateful and optimistic. And so I'm glad. Let's talk about that.
Absolutely. Now, it does sort of dovetail, because a lot of what's going on in our culture that is sort of kind of undermining things, there's a real battle for that being part of public education.
Right.
Now, you taught in charter schools, among other things.
And in public schools.
And public schools. Yeah. And I really appreciated your take on basically public versus private education, or self-determined education.
Yeah.
So
I have 4 kids. 2 of them teach, and 2 of them are married to teachers, and so we are an education family.
Absolutely.
And 2 of them teach in CCSD schools. 1 of them teaches in a charter, and 1 in a private organization. And I support all of them. I support parents having the right to decide which of those options is best for their child. You know, if you read the Constitution does there's nowhere in the Constitution that says the federal government should have any role in educating our children. None. We should disband the U.S. Department of Education and take the $86 billion that they spend every year and block grant it back to the states in the form of vouchers that parents can use to pick the school that's best for their child. Parents are the ones who should be making these decisions, not bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. So I support education, and I support our children and support parents' rights to decide what's best for their child.
You know, it sets up, though, another complicated issue as far as how that money is dispersed and how that money is determined in the first place by taxation, as far as who's paying for whose education. So it's complex, but I agree completely.
For me, it doesn't seem complex. For me, it's the open market. You have schools competing for those dollars.
Capitalism.
Yeah. And competition raises everyone's performance. So you give a parent a voucher, and they can use that voucher wherever they want, whatever best for their child. And they have a choice. This school is teaching math, science, and reading, and this school is teaching to judge people by the color of their skin. Which school is the parent going to pick? Well, they're going to pick this one. And this school is either going to change or die. They'll have to respond to the market, and the market is parents who want their children to get a proper education.
Mm-hmm.
That lifts everyone's performance. And you know who's most in favor of vouchers? It's the people in those failing inner city schools. It's the ones who are trapped in these failing schools. They're the ones who want vouchers. They're saying, give me the opportunity that these wealthy kids have. Right. Let me pick for my kids and give them those opportunities. We owe it to them. They ought to be able to do that.
Maybe they could go to a school without metal detectors and security guards and things, hopefully.
There's a very successful private school in Henderson, and the tuition that the parents pay there is less than what Clark County School District pays per student. So if you just take the money that Clark County School District's spending and give it to the parent in a voucher, they could go to this private school that does very well in Henderson. So for me, it doesn't seem complicated. For me, it seems, I mean, there's details that need to be fixed up. Transportation's one of those details. But we're smart enough.
But at its heart, I agree completely. I've always felt that if you want something as far as social services go or anything like that done right, get it out of the government's hands.
Yeah.
Do it yourself. Private industry, free market. Do it privately, and all the charities, all of the treatment programs and things like that generally are more effective and run more efficiently when they're done by private
institutions. Now, I am not against public schools. Again, I'm a product of public schools. My kids teach in public schools.
I was fortunate in my public school.
Yeah, but give them an option. Give parents an option, and give an incentive for public schools to raise their performance.
Yeah.
I mean, less than half of Clark County School District children can perform math or reading at the grade level. Right. That is a failing. I mean, less than half. That's failing. And so we've got to do something, and I think introducing competition is the answer.
I like that, tremendous. Now, as far as some of the other things on your platform, some of the other things you're working on, I thought interesting term limits for Congress.
Yeah,
I've always found that it's sort of the issue of the practical versus the principle.
Yeah,
because I always felt if people are too dumb not to vote somebody out when they've had enough, then they deserve what they get.
Right.
But there is a practical element to that it makes sense. It really should only be for a handful of terms or years.
You know, in Nevada, we have a state law that says anyone in public office, state or local, can only serve 12 years. I think we've got that right. So we have term limits in Nevada for state and local, but not for federal positions. When the founders of the Constitution, founders of our country, when they wrote the Constitution, they never envisioned a permanent political class.
No.
They envisioned that you would leave your farm for a while, go and do your duty, and then you come back and you serve under the laws that you created. But that's not how it is now. We have these career politicians. When Joe Biden brags about spending 50 years in Washington, D.C., he shouldn't be proud of that. He should be embarrassed.
Right.
Embarrassed that he's never had to come out and live under the terrible laws and bureaucracies that he's created. So I'm all for term limits. Now, the problem is it'll take a constitutional amendment to do that. And the members of Congress who could initiate that process aren't going to vote themselves out of office.
Right.
But we, the people, like you said, we can vote somebody out.
I've always felt that's the way it works.
Right.
You know, you don't want them in. All right, that's it.
And I'm running against a career politician. Dina Titus has been in Congress for 14 years, and before that, she was a career politician in the state of Nevada and a university professor. She's never had to make it in the civilian world. She's never had to live under the laws that she created. And and her time's through. It's time for her to go, and we'll get some fresh ideas in there.
Oh, by all means there. So moving into that seat, where do you feel the Republican Party is at this point in time?
Well, obviously there's a lot of disarray in the Republican Party in Congress. It's that very narrow majority that we have. And one of the things that's a positive about that is that Republicans think for themselves. They don't have this herd mentality. You know, when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, she made sure that her Democrats all voted the same way, whether it was good or not, good for the people they represented or not. They voted one way. But Republicans, they look at who they represent and they make sure that they're representing them. So for me, I can't promise. There's 435 members of Congress. I cannot promise what the other 434 will do, but I can tell you what I'll do as your representative. I want to make government work for the people of my district. So if there's a veteran who's not getting the benefits that they're supposed to be getting, I want to fight for that veteran. I can do that without the other 434 members of Congress. I can make sure that the Veterans Administration is taking care of our veterans. I got a phone call from somebody. She had been contacting Dina Titus's office and going nowhere. The lady's name is Hope, and she contacted me just because she saw one of my campaign signs outside. She tracked down my phone number, and she called me, and she asked. She told me that she lives in senior housing and that they have mold in their housing. So my wife and I went over and visited with Hope, and she was a little bit short on hope because the government was failing her. And so we saw the mold, we saw the pictures, and that's something. And this is a federal issue because it's subsidized by the HUD Urban Development, and the member of Congress should be doing something for Hope because the government's failing her. Those are the type of people that I can promise that I will work for the people in my district to make sure government works for them.
I was going to ask you that very same thing, is that you are endeavoring to be a representative of these people here, but turning around, how would you be able to affect directly the people here?
Yeah, if you think of our government, the president represents the entire country. Senators represent their state. It's the House of Representatives that represent the people. And so there's 750,000 people in my district. That's who I represent. That's who I'm in DC fighting for. That's where I'll spend my time. And you know, I know that you look through my record, and you know I have a record of service in our community. I was a scoutmaster, and I taught youth sports, and I was on the board of directors for Opportunity Village and for the Salvation Army. Serving people in our community is what I do, and I get a lot of fulfillment and enjoyment out of it, and I now want to do that at the congressional level.
I think that human connection, whatever your job is vital to keep energizing and keep driving you, and will keep you honest and keep you, grounded.
Right, and that's what House of Representatives, that's where we should be. We should be. That's where we should be, is talking to the people, that human connection, I should say.
To say nothing of how hard it was for them to find a speaker.
Yeah.
The little egg on their faces on that regard.
Yeah. A lot of disarray, yeah.
But get a little bit more military leadership in there, and maybe that'll...
Yeah, we're at a near record low number of veterans in Congress right now. And maybe there's something to that, the disorder and the confusion going on in Congress. Maybe it has something to do with we don't have enough veterans there.
A bit more discipline, a bit more of a code, a bit more of a...
Now, veterans have already proven they're willing to put the needs of the country ahead of their own. And there's something about that.
Very interesting. So, going back to some of the other things there as far as, the issue of families and family values is something that's really been turned into a straw man and really a scapegoat in a lot of ways in the country, as far as going all the way out to this end of spectrum of family values. And where do you feel, again, you're not necessarily been determined by your party's views or stands on one side or the other. And I guess the Republican Party's kind of got two halves of it these days.
Yeah.
Where are you at as far as what kind of guide, what kind of consequence, what kind of structure is possible for families these days?
Yeah, good. First on the question of, the party, and there's different directions in the party and so forth. So here's my promise. I will be loyal to the Constitution and to the people of my district, not to any particular person or party. So it's the people of my district that I'm loyal to and the Constitution. And then family is so important. In our campaign, our tagline is freedom, family, and prosperity. But if you think about it, the strength of any community is reflected in the strength of the family. Strong families build strong communities build strong cities, build strong states, and build a strong nation. It all goes down to the strength of the family. And too many forces have been tearing families apart. If you talk about people of privilege, you have the oppressed and the oppressors, and the oppressors have privileges. Well, the greatest privilege in the United States is to have two parents in the home, to have a father and a mother. Unfortunately, nearly half of American families don't have two parents, and they're
let alone two healthy and functional parents.
Yeah.
Because the level of toxicity and dysfunction in many couples is certainly not helpful.
That's right. And so, if we can get back to faith-based programs that support the family and support the home, and we give incentives. Right now, the government gives financial incentives not to have a husband. They pay you more if you don't have a spouse, and so we got to stop incentivizing the deterioration of the family and encourage that core nuclear family to stay together.
Almost sounds to me like that's sort of an outside-in kind of approach, though. Again, you two stay together because you had a kid, and you two are a mess. It's again, maybe it just goes back to the overall eroding mental health state of the country as it is. Because for that matter, I wonder if we shouldn't have licenses in order to have children. You get a license to drive a car. What about to actually create a life and turn them into a human being?
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother subject.
It is
a whole nother
and not something that's easy, and certainly not something I want the federal government to try to fix. I want them to stay out of
less government.
That's right. Less government, but I would like to see the strengthening of the family in our communities.
Certainly could use more of that, for sure. I was going to bring up another subject, perhaps, as far as the faith-based and all of that goes. I'm personally of the mind that morality is independent of any religion, that there exists a code of morality and a philosophical foundation for morality, regardless of faith.
Yeah.
And maybe somewhere that's where some of the conflict comes from in adopting any sort of moral code, because it's always adhered to by in a religious faction.
Yeah.
Something we could talk about.
I don't disagree with you. I think organized religion can do a lot to help with these things, but I think somebody who just has their own moral code can still live a moral life, and I know people who aren't a part of an organized religion who are good, honest, faithful people. So.
And I'm sure a lifetime in the military has taught you many things in that regard, independent of any fixed belief.
Right.
And again, honor and integrity and honesty, things like that. So
yeah.
It seems like you've got more than enough on both sides of things there.
Yeah. Thanks, Jason.
So we're going to wrap things up here. And Mark, it really, really was an honor to have you here.
I enjoyed it. Thank you, Jason.
I want to thank you for joining us. We're going to take just a short break, and I will be back in just a moment. We're going to let him get on with a really fascinating campaign here this year. I think you're due.
Thanks.
So again, thanks again, Mark.
Thank you, Jason.
All right. And I will be right back.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections. GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause, because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, social media shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
And welcome back. Final little goodbye here, if you will. It was really awesome. I had Mark Robertson here with me today, and it was a really great talk. There's so much more that we could get into, so definitely going to hope to bring him back again sometime soon. So it's been a great month, too, overall. We've had both mayoral candidates, two of them, with Victoria Seaman, Shelley Berkeley. I want to encourage any of the other mayoral candidates. We're going to reach out to you, reach out to us. I'd love to have you on here and just kind of help you along the way as far as what you're doing with your campaign. So definitely want to get to know more of them. It's been really awesome. Now, for me, well, we're going to wrap this thing up now, but next week, I really am thrilled to. I get to join Dawn Sullivan on her program, Vegas Views. We're going to co-host that on Tuesday at 12 p.m. Pacific time, so I'm really excited for that. I love Dawn. She's fantastic, so looking forward to that. We're going to be back with Rise and Shine at its normal time at 11 a.m. as well. So keep watching. I really am glad you were here. And thanks again. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you again soon.
Come on, everybody. Get on your feet. Listen to the sound of a brand new beat. It goes something like this.
Hey, welcome to the Vegas Views, and my name is Maria. I have Tom besides me here and Russell, and we're sitting in for Danny and Dawn this week. We will get them as soon as they become available. But anyways, guys, it's really chaotic in our world in America right now. Everything is, few weeks ago we have failed assassination. We have somebody drop out from the race. We have a crowd strike, and we have wildfires. What else?
See, we got North Koreans going into Ukraine.
And then, did you guys heard about the changing of the flag? They changed it to Palestine from U.S. flag to.
No, I don't know anything about this.
Have you heard about that?
I heard about it.
Yes, so I tried to figure out what happened to that, but anyways, these are all the chaotic that's happening right now, and we just decided to, you know what, let's do a Vegas Views because it's a free talk, a freestyle talk. So who want to start?
What's that Chinese curse? May you live in interesting times.
Very interesting.
Very right. That's like okay.
Well, let's start with the conspiracies. But anyways, before we actually move forward, I just want to say this. Dawn and Danny non-intentionally or unintentionally offend everybody. But if you are offended, then we did our job. If you're not offended yet, please be patient with us. We will get to you.
Perfect.
Right.
So who do you want to offend first?
Oh, so many. Yeah, so we've talked about this. It's weird that the assassination with Trump was just it's such a weird debacle, because on like one side, like I really want to jump into the conspiracy of it. Like it's just so weird how the one kooky kid who's 20 years old just so happened to be at the one Trump event where there was just so happened to have the one roof that wasn't covered by the Secret Service, that got the shots off. That's
While the people were pointing at him, shouting, "There's a guy with a gun!"
yeah. And it's like,
And they saw him in the sniper saw him, and were calling in, going, "There's somebody on the roof. There's somebody on the roof."
right.
For 11 minutes, and they just let him come out. They didn't even wait 5 minutes while they
Right.
send somebody over.
They really wanted to kill that fireman. That's what that was
Yeah,
the real
sure.
target.
That was sure.
That was
How tragic.
the innocent bystander.
Yeah, right.
That's what they were really.
Dives on front of in top of his family to save them.
Right.
Talk about a real hero guy.
Yeah, I salute that dude. That is
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
He jumped on top of his wife and saved their life.
right.
Yeah.
And you know the thing it's really sick how that doesn't get talked about enough. Like I do
And
think
the other
that
two people who are alive, but they don't say what's wrong with them, but they say they're in serious problem.
right. Like
High power rifle, I guess you are.
and then the thing that's really disgusting about it is like there's like this weird talk in the media of how like this should make us calm down our rhetoric, right? And neither side is calming down their rhetoric.
The opposite.
Yeah, they're scaling it up. Did you watch any of the speeches from the RNC?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm like,
Yeah, they kept saying, "Here today, by the grace of God, the assassin's bullet,"
right.
It was on. They kept hyping that. And if I could say this, Russell, I was so glad that this kid didn't actually kill Trump.
Mm.
And I'll tell you one of the reasons why. Not because I'm a Trump supporter. A, he's a human being, and I don't want to see it happen to anyone. He has children, young children. Nobody deserves to be shot. So that's not the real reason. I honestly said to myself, and have discussed this with others, so I'd be curious what you guys think.
Mm-hmm.
I thought to myself, if he had been killed, we could have had a civil war. That these more extreme, all the real extreme people who follow Trump, even though he doesn't endorse what they want to do, these militia types, and that they could have, just had some uprisings.
I don't know that you would have gone like full scale civil war.
Well, I'm saying that,
But-
whenever Americans start attacking anything, even a little bit,
Yeah.
so they could have rushed the Capitol. They could have. I mean, that kind of thing. I don't mean like wholesale. No.
There would definitely be a possible like insurgency.
Yes,
Like right.
That's a better
Who
word.
would start that?
Like well,
Like the Proud Boys, somebody who's really, the militia,
There's probably some like Harley Davidson group of Republicans out there that all just packing, some type of assault rifles, and they would probably, like I grew up in Montana, and I was in high school during the Freeman days, and that's it.
those are the guys that they would think would just use it as an excuse for their own agenda.
Right. Yeah. It would probably be tantamount to probably something like Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, there you go. Or Waco.
We watched that documentary.
Or Waco.
Yeah, Waco or Ruby. Yeah. So where the military would probably for surely get called in. Like but there'd be National Guard on
for sure
somewhere. So it would be
Well, I'm really curious about, about, I don't know if you've seen all those posts, those media that's coming out. It's really one-sided or divided. This totally divided our nation. And
I did say.
And also, it's really, really disgusting to see people wish the death.
People who post things to say, stupid sniper, they need to hire a better guy next time.
Yeah.
Really? Again, I may not agree with the guy's politics,
but
does that mean I wish he got shot in the head? Who are you?
Here's the thing: if this was a year later, and somebody like made a joke like that, like I would take it as a joke. right now because of how
It's not a joke.
Yeah,
It sounds serious.
It's really hard for me. You know, so
I agree with
do you know Jack Black, and he's got that band Tenacious D. Their guitarist Kyle, they were talking. They were on stage, and he made a joke about how like he wished it had been 4 inches to the left, and like
he's out.
Yeah,
Canceled.
Yeah,
no more concerts, and he's probably a long way from. By the way, I'm sure you've seen this, but you know the some people on The View said some really disgusting stuff. I mean they're always inflammatory. Okay, great, but they like were just over the edge, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence that they're over the edge rhetoric, and then 2 weeks later, they're not renewing any Behar or Whoopi.
I didn't know that part.
They're gone. This is when the contract's up. They're out.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, like, frankly, The View has run its course. Like, whatever
It's just become a
political
bashing.
It is.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
but they weren't leaving.
No,
I don't find anything to be coincidental in life.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a coincidence that they run their mouth about Trump, and 2 weeks later they're out.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing, like, right, like you can see a similar sort of thing. So like when Roseanne Barr made her comment and got canceled,
Correct.
and Roseanne is bipolar. She's on bipolar medication. She has it right. And when she made the comment, first of all, it was a comparison between I can't remember the person and the Planet of the Apes, though, right? And because that could be construed as racial, then we lose. Like Roseanne Barr can't do anything. Well, first of all, if you're on meds and you're just making jokes, it's a joke. Like, she's probably not even thinking racially, right? So, but the fact that she's going to get canceled for that, and that The View isn't going to get canceled for any pro-violent stuff, you know, and but this is it, and that's the thing that's really weird. You know, economically, we're in a tough spot because what brings civil unrest is typically economic strife.
Correct. You pressure to make your bills.
Yeah.
Pressure to food. Pressure to that kind of pressure. Economic pressure is a beast.
Well, in America, the hard part about it is like we're really struggling with forward mobility, right? And so it's really funny because if you go back to the Romans and you go back to the French Revolution, or you know any of the stuff that happened during the papacy in Italy and stuff like that. All of that came just from not having food, you know, but we're to a point where like we have to have some concept of forward movement. And that's probably even more so too. America has got itself in a place where like we just believe in infinite growth, right?
Yeah.
And this has become kind of a like
that every generation will have more.
Yeah.
Define more as stuff. More.
But I'm sure like with you and your parents probably were like, I have this house, I have this car, I have my family, I'm doing pretty good.
Absolutely.
Right? Like they weren't looking for the second, third house. They weren't looking for, you know, and if you're lucky, your old man got like a project car to work on in the garage, right? And he loved that. You know, so like we come a long way from that sort of blue collar like contentment, finding that stuff. You know.
Well, okay. I just want to ask Deacon Tom, as a deacon, as a Christian, what is, you know, we were talking about this earlier. How you guys kind of like looking at onto this situation today that we are going through, this chaotic, situation?
That's a great question. I'm going to tell you, and I may have actually said this another time to you. I've never before, and I paraphrase this by saying, maybe I'm just older. I've never before been really worried about our country. I have never before looked out and said, what is going on here? I mean, we've had instances, little things would happen, right? And I was like, this is crazy. I don't think I have a day where I don't say, oh my God, this is crazy. And when you think, you know what they say, what is it? When you think you've seen it all, enough, more, you know, and so some of it, you know, it just goes to show that like, if ever there was a time we needed something that transcends us being more, how much I've got, what office I'm in, who got elected, regardless of who your God is. You can be a Muslim. Allah did not say, come over here and blow up do all the 9/11 bombing and blow up the World Trade Center and all that. Allah never said that. I'm sorry. Anybody who says that, call me. He didn't say that. People took 2 lines here and 1 line there and 1 word there and then said, oh, I'm supposed to be on this mission of jihad. Not true. You, Mr. Human Being, I don't believe, this is me believing, that there are 2 forces, good and evil. I believe that. If you follow Satan and you're a satanic worshiper, perhaps you do think that, you know, me doing whatever I do is okay. But I don't care if you're Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, Christian, Catholic, Episcopalian, name one. For the most part, people believe that I'm supposed to treat you right, that I'm supposed to interact with you right, that if I have disagreements with you, I'm supposed to come to you. I'm supposed to say, hey, Maria, what about this, what about that? That what I'm not supposed to do is go on Facebook and say, Maria's a whore and a no good person, terrible mother. She's probably a drug addict. She's an illegal. I mean, God knows what crazy stuff people say, right? And that there's just, I'm like, where's this love? I mean, just like, not getting crazy, but like, just for another person.
Yeah.
Where's the respect? I say this all the time. Where's the civility gone?
Yeah.
I travel a lot, and this is my most common stories. Traveling is an absolute exercise in incivility. People bang you. I like to sit in the aisle. People come down the aisle, backpack, suitcase, purse, elbow, and I'm all over in my seat. I'm not a big guy. I'm not all out in the aisle. And you know what they say? Nothing.
No, they don't even say.
They don't say sorry,
Yes.
my bad. You know what they say? It's all about me. And I really think that has become a big problem for us.
Yeah.
That we are all about me
You know, I don't know.
instead of about God
Yeah.
overseeing me.
You know, it's really funny that you actually bring that up, because you see, people even on the road, even they know they were wrong, they just, I don't know how would they think that
You're so
even they're in the back and it's red light, it's okay to actually beep their horn and telling you to go.
and give you the finger
Yes.
because you didn't burn rubber screeching out of there. Or, by the way, I'm sitting here with my blinker on yesterday at Smith's with my blinker on. This guy was backing out, and he backed my way. Now, I got a big white pickup truck, so don't say, I didn't see you parked there waiting with my blinker on. And this guy whips right in. So I just wrote up and said, really? That's all I said. Really, dude?
Yes.
You'd have thought I told him I have your kids hostage in the back seat. This guy went bananas.
Yes.
It's a free country, first come, first serve. That's what he tells me.
I think the thing with that is what has happened is we've lost our sense of community, right?
I'm on civility, community, absolutely.
Right, like, you know, I grew up in Montana, and it's a small town, and we would stop in the middle of Main Street, my dad's truck window to the farmer up the street's truck window, and they'd just be sitting there having a conversation. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is, you know, there wasn't a whole lot of traffic, but there was civility and community, you know.
But but I think it's this division.
Well, and then there's another thing that you were in there, and one of the things I think that's happened is that words have lost consequences. If you're in
It's a free speech. I can say anything I want. That's true. But you understand that there are consequences if you say something.
But for a long time, for a couple of decades there, any stand-up comedian could get on stage and say anything they wanted, and it was free speech.
Correct.
And the thing is, eventually that bleeds out into the rest of the world, and we're like, well, the comedian said this, so I say this. And I think this is probably one of the reasons why comedians went through part of cancel culture, is because people were just sort of weirded out. I mean, pastors went through it, right? Jerry Falwell went through it. Even what's his name? The big guy.
T.D. Jakes? Osteen?
No, the one before, the guy, Billy Graham.
Billy Graham.
Yeah,
which is he's about as uncontroversial as you can get.
Absolutely, right? And just got more Unitarian as he went along.
Right, right.
So the thing is like, pastors went through that where it's like, no, you can't just get up there and say whatever you want, right?
No, you can't.
And it culminated in that, what is that group? And I don't agree with them. The one that they're all wearing the God Hates the Gays shirts.
Oh yeah,
yeah, right. Like it's like, okay, come on, dude.
By the way, I don't believe God hates anyone.
No, the Bible's very clear that God hates the sin. He does not hate the sinner.
Correct.
Right? God so loved the world, right?
Right.
So like, if you and I'm not religious, so but like if you're anywhere religious and you just throw, you have hate for anybody, and then you can't read God loved the world and then just hate.
And the other thing is that, and it's just dovetailing right off what you just said about the community. I think part of that, in some ways, I mean, when I grew up, in Cincinnati and right outside of Cincinnati, nobody ever went anywhere. So if I treated you poorly or acted the fool, I was going to run into you for the rest of my life. Nobody ever left. I mean, I use Vegas as the real example. And it's a little different now than it was when I got here 30 years ago. When I got here 30 years ago, I had trouble making friends with locals. And somebody said to me, you know why that is? Because we believe you came in here this month, and within a year or something, you're going to be gone. So I'm not going to spend too much energy becoming your big friend because you're not going to stay. I'm sure in your little hometown, you're born here, you grew up there, you died there. And a lot of those people were there their whole life. So if I was a real jerk and treated you really badly or did something really bad, for the rest of my life, unless I left town, which wasn't in the cards, people would say, there's Russell. I remember that son of a gun, 1997. He did so and so and so and so. And you can't escape the judgment. You're there. They see you at the one grocery store. They see you at the one post office. They see you at the two doctors. They see you at church on Sunday. They see you and they're like, you can't escape.
It's not just that, though, right?
No, it's not just that.
This is where it's really funny because people want to blame the internet for the loss of community. I actually blame the current economic system, because our current economic system that rewards corporations and rewards investors and constantly tries to innovate stuff. Which again, it's a question of trade-offs. It's not one is good or one is bad. They are trade-offs. But one of the things we lose when we begin to monetize everything is we lose what is called the laws of reciprocity. And it's, I come help you build your fence, and a month later you come dig my well or
absolutely
bale my hay. And the thing is like there's no quantitative money transaction between us in the laws of reciprocity, but we're just incentivized to be good to each other because we need each other, And what we've done is we've taken one of the things about that is the laws of reciprocity also have a trade-off. Okay, I come over and help you put your fence up, and you come over and help me install my new mailbox. Now, is your helping me install my new mailbox equivalent to me putting in your fence? No. So I can get offended that you didn't reciprocate to an equal amount.
Correct.
Now, so the easiest solution is I just hire a guy, I pay him money, and he puts the fence up. Great, right? So you're in this world of right? But and even so, the thing that's sick about it, the real thing, is that we could have all seen that coming. And nobody said, okay, how do we quantify this and yet still maintain community, right? And I think, honestly, like, if you look at one of the things that Elon's struggling with X, is trying to figure out how to do that, how to keep this a community, how to keep it organized.
They're charging everything. But anyways, going back to the loss of community, do you guys think that, you see, nowadays is your neighbors is Democratic and my name and the other neighbors is Republican? Do you think that's actually affecting everything from the top up presidency? So now, listen to this. Biden and Trump is no longer the presidential race election. It's now Harris. So let's actually talk about the new, the new candidates in the presidential race after our break.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Social Media Shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. I'm Russell. I'm here with Maria and Tom. We're just kind of discussing the, state of culture and society today and stuff like that. Before we left the break, Maria kind of asked a question. She said, how do you think this, one neighbor, we were talking about community, and within the community, you have, one neighbor is Republican, and one neighbor is a Democrat, right?
Or liberal, or whatever.
Now, it's really funny because it through like the 80s, through the 90s, even the early 2000s, there wasn't a whole lot of pressure on if you're a Republican and I'm a Democrat, we could go out for a drink.
Absolutely.
It'd be fine.
Like today.
Yeah. And
unless you're in the weeds.
Yeah.
And don't really say anything.
Right. Unless it's life or death.
Or they actually avoid talking about it.
Correct. Overtly.
Yeah, and they really tell each other like, okay, no politics, let's go drink. Yeah. Unless you bring up a politics, then I'm out. That's how they do it.
Well, the thing is I think that what happens, I think a lot of this is systemic of losing community, right? The thing we were talking about before is that if you lose your community, it becomes very easy to be indoctrinated to hyper left or hyper right, right? Like you because being indoctrinated hyper left or hyper right allows community. Right? And honestly, that's exactly what the Manson family did. That's what Charles
and I
Manson
would agree with you. What you're suggesting to the folks is that, like, once you become an island, your natural human instinct is to not be an island,
Right.
and so the people you used to get on your island or get on their island were your neighbors, your friends, your whoever, and now it's whoever talks to you in a way that feeds your soul. You know, that emboldens you, that gives you a sense of being. This is how gangs have functioned for years.
Well,
right?
I think
they go out and find people who are lost sheep, and they say, "Come on, buddy, you're my guy now. You've got a band of brothers here. Now we're raping, robbing, pillaging. We're selling dope. We're doing all this stuff, but you got a family." You know?
Well, yeah, you call that tribalism, right?
There you go.
Like, and actually, we're very much so biologically. It's very intoxicating for a human to become tribalistic, right?
Right.
That's
Well, you know, in the earliest days, if you weren't in the tribe, it was a rough road.
oh, you were dead.
Well, because somebody had to go out and hunt. Somebody had to, and let's face it, one guy hunting down the wild mastodon versus having 4 or 5, 6, 8 guys hunting down this, and when all you had was a rock tied on a rope, and I mean, you know, it was rough if you were alone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, imagine, like, I think the earliest humans, like, were scavengers, right?
Yeah.
So imagine going up onto something that, say, a tiger had killed, and you're going to try and sneak a few pieces out.
Right, like another animal would.
Right.
Right.
You're going to get dead real quick.
Yeah.
Unless you can run real fast. You know? So, like, it's like, but, like, the other thing is, like, in those days, though, right, tribalism was a big thing. And the other tribe really wanted to kill you and take your women, right? Like, that was a very common thing, even all the way up into Norse mythology, right? That was
Well, because the women were the key to a number of things. Children, which the more kids I have, the more help I have working the land, or going to hunt, or whatever. Also, they're the ones who, when I brought the animal home, did the skinning, the tanning, the cooking. I guess you were cleaning it, they had dirt floor out, but they kept everything going at home while you were out scavenging. So more women, more kids, more everything. I mean, it built your, if you will, your clan.
Right. That's and which. Well, I don't really want to go too much into this because it takes us in a rabbit trail. That additionally gives us to, like, current contemporary monogamy and marriage and relationships all stem straight from that, you know. But I don't really want to go down that path because
Don't go.
that's a long rabbit hole. But ultimately, we want to be tribal. We want a group.
And want to be around other people.
Well, and like, we know anything you want to accomplish, you have to have a support group, right? People who make it in AA, or, you know,
Have a sponsor.
Listen, 95% of people who go to AA will fail at AA. But of the 5% who stay, almost 100% of them are successful. Like, minimal relapses of the group that stays. So we know that even in, like, that sort of extreme situation, a support group is the thing that helps you more than anything, right? So, like, when we lose that community, we're out there, and you can be, and especially if you have homosexual tendencies, if that's where you lean, or if you have the trans ideas, and somebody's like, oh yeah, here's a whole bunch of woke stuff, right? Of course you're going there. Of course you're going there. And you're going to believe it, and you're going to believe anybody who doesn't believe it is evil.
Correct. And the reason they don't believe it is because they want to keep you in your box. And by the way, I laugh, and now I'm probably exposing, some of my own beliefs here, which is fine. When they say woke, I always say unwoke. As in, not the other side, those people, because they ain't awake. They're in La La Land. La La Land. Woke. What is woke anyway? It's a disparaging term, first of all. But it's like, let's just call it what it is. You're not woke, like you woke up and you saw the light. No, you have a particular way you think is right. That isn't like you saw the light. That's just your thoughts.
Well, listen to this. Okay. So we have Trump, and we have Harris now. I know you would go for Trump, and you might go for Harris. Is that correct?
No, I
Okay.
wouldn't go for Harris.
Okay. So yes, that's right.
I'm an
we
RFK man now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so now, and we have RFK sneaking in. I wish he can actually rise on that fight, you know.
Doubtful, but
So what do you think about Harris become the nominee?
here's my question. Her as a person, I don't care one way or the other about. I'm okay with that. I mean, if that's who it is, that's who it is. Here's what concerns me. If you just take the numbers and believe them for a minute, roughly 80 million people voted for Trump and roughly 80 million people voted for Biden. Then they had all these primaries. That was last time. Now roll forward, they had all these primaries. On the Democratic side, for whatever reason, he won every primary. Joe Biden did. Not Kamala Harris. I don't know anybody who voted for Kamala Harris in the primaries to become the president. Yet through some internal, I don't know what it is.
It's called
We're
money,
going to
money,
get there in a minute.
money.
We're going to get there in a minute.
$100 million
through
in
some,
5 days.
but through some internal backdoor, third world kind of shenanigans, she's the new thing. I have nothing against her for a minute. Assume that that's not the issue. My issue is the process. Tell me one person in this country who selected Kamala Harris to run against Donald Trump. The answer is no one. The people picked Donald Trump. They didn't pick her. Some other Democrats, politicians, power brokers, and money people, George Soros, wherever you are, and others, picked her. Oh, by the way, people can disagree with me now if you want, but the mainstream media, I'm not talking about Joe Rogan or some YouTubers, I'm talking about ABC, CBS, NBC, the mainstream, historical mainstream media. They're beyond woke. They're beyond anything else. And anybody who doesn't remember this should remember this. Kamala Harris comes from the heartbed, the hot seat of liberalism and decay now, but of the United States. There's no place any more liberal, any more entitled, any more screwed up than San Francisco. This place that many years back was literally the Paris of America, the jewel of the country. And you had New York, which was the financial headquarters, and then you had this West Coast financial headquarters, which was San Francisco, and the arts, and everyone in San Francisco thought they were Oshishi, and then there were the people in LA. And she comes from Willie Brown, the most liberal people you could find your way around. I'm not even going to say how she knew him, because I wasn't there. But some people have told me she knew him in the biblical sense for a long time. And that's how you become the attorney general, the district attorney, and the uncontested. By the way, she ran uncontested for a bunch of these offices because Republicans don't have a chance in San Francisco. They don't waste their money. The Republican Party does it. I don't know her from Adam. I'm not saying what kind of person she is. She's a good person, a bad person, a lot. I don't know anything about that. All I know is to start with. I may have opinions about that, but I know this. The process was not a good process. Who voted for her? What one of those 80 million people said, we want this cackling fool? Oh, did I let that out?
Because your laugh is awesome.
Because Russell, Russell, the wheels on the bus go round and round. Because see, yesterday was the past, tomorrow's the future. Today will become the future, and then tomorrow will become the past because the past is a P.
No, she said July 4th. We celebrate July 4th because we celebrate July 4th every year. And then same.
Because the bus is yellow because it was short. It's a bus,
Okay.
and we love buses.
Have you seen that?
No,
Okay.
Here's the thing, right?
It doesn't matter. Okay. But you know what? I really wanna see a woman president, but not Kamala Harris.
Correct.
Right.
I'm with you.
I'm assuming. Are we about to go on break?
No, not yet.
No. Okay. So I want to ask this because here's what I think. This is what I think. I think after this election, I think the Democrats got nothing.
Nothing.
I think the Republicans got nothing.
Nothing.
Even if Trump wins, who are you going to get?
Who's next?
Yeah. Who would?
I mean, on paper, it would be J.D. Vance because he's the vice president.
Right. He'll try. Right.
And he'll be 43-ish.
And boring.
Correct.
Which don't get me
Is
wrong.
he charismatic?
I personally love boring, but
Not most people don't.
And
You know what they're like now? Have you seen, I'm sure you see what's happening in the last 4 or 5 days since they've gone behind Harris. They've had an influx of volunteers. 100,000 people have signed up to volunteer in 4 or 5 days, and money like they can't even count it.
it's just flying in.
And by the way, I don't believe at the grassroots. I do believe. I'm talking about the power level, way up here. I don't believe it's because it's about Kamala Harris.
It's because they don't want Trump.
Because they don't. It's a hatred toward Trump, not a love of the cackler. Okay, I don't believe. By the way, I thought I'd never say this in life. Never say this in life. But I'm going to say it. If we had to have somebody who really doesn't align with my economic or political views, if we had to have somebody, and it's going to be a female, I'd rather have Hillary Clinton.
That's what I was saying.
Because you know what? That's a ball-busting son of a gun there. Okay? And guess what? At least I don't think she would just roll around. I mean, can you imagine? Because I believe this was an issue.
She had a resume too. You know?
Yeah. Do you think that Kamala Harris is going to be any more revered or feared or respected than Joe Biden was? Kamala Harris is a person who's supporting, just so we're clear, trans women in women's sports. So every woman should realize that is a complete dismantling of rights that women and girls fought for so long. Mm-hmm. And Kamala Harris is openly in favor of Russell being in the, girls weightlifting.
Finally.
but here's what's funny, Russell. And the guy didn't win.
You're right.
And with all respect, he's a guy. So I'm calling him a guy. Leah Thomas, who won all the medals in swimming, stripped of the medals, and the girl Gaines, she'll never collect, but she got a $50 million judgment against them and against the NAACP, against the NCAA, who she may collect something from.
Yeah, that whole thing, I think is really dumb. And here's the deal. Like, right, let's say if you take gender out of it, okay? And my favorite place to go to is look at boxing, right? When I go watch a boxing match, I want two fighters that are gonna be fighting. They're gonna be matching.
Right. You don't want the guys that walk in 3 seconds, knock the guy out, and leave.
Dude, my first MMA match I watched, it was Chuck Liddell, and he took the guy out in one punch.
Yeah.
And I was like,
and we want to be competitive.
Right. I was like, I think we each paid like $36 a piece. There was like 20 of us put together, bought this MMA package to watch this fight, and one punch, it's over? That's not a fight. Who paired these two together? Right? Like, I don't want to see that. Right? Like, I want to see... I
agree with you.
I want to see competitors. So even if you could be like, okay, we'll call you a girl. You want to be a girl, we'll call you a girl. Right? Why would you want to put that in sports? Why would you want to have those people fighting each other? You want to see a fair and balanced competition.
I agree.
And you're not.
So why would you do that? Why would you be in favor of that?
Well, and that's the thing. It's like you just assume that gender is the equalizer. Gender's not the equalizer. If I'm in boxing, my reach is the equalizer. My weight is the equalizer.
Speed.
Right? I'm right. You were never going to put Jeff Chavez against Evander Holyfield, two completely different weight classes.
Correct.
Right? Like that was never going to happen. So the thing is like, why would you do this now? Right? Take politics out of it. Right?
Why would you?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I can only think of a couple of reasons, and that is despite what you say. Because, understand, I don't know the exact number, but I'm pretty close. Do you know how many people in this country are truly, and I don't mean have surgery, but truly identify as trans? Not enough to win any election, not enough to move the needle. It's a very, very small group of people.
Well, this is my thinking, and this is the stuff I've heard a little bit before, and I'm pretty sure most of it is for that campaign funding that comes from certain pharmaceutical companies.
Oh. And how about this? That despite what I said 30 or 40 years ago when we got Title IX, despite what I mean, when I say, I mean we, the Democratic Party, despite what we said back then about women's rights, that today, man, that's over. That's not cool.
Right.
So what's cool today, even though it's really doesn't move the needle, but it's cool. It's hip. It makes me seem current. I'm going to go on this trans thing. Well, wait a minute. You are literally dismantling what you talked about was like vitally important when they did Title IX, which was women didn't get scholarships, women didn't get to go to college for free, women didn't get, and their answer was, well, that's because women's sports don't produce any income for us. And they said, of course, too bad, take some of that money from the men's football program and spread it around. I mean, that's in essence what happened. So now, just so we're clear, my daughter, who is going to show up tomorrow for a boxing match because she's a UFC fighter who weighs 115, and she's going to get a guy who weighs 115. You know what? It was a beautiful thing, and I don't know if you saw this, but John McEnroe, got a lot of BS because he said, cutting to the chase, if Serena played the men, she couldn't beat number 700 in the world.
Right.
And they went, and he said, but she's the best female athlete ever. Usually, I don't like qualifiers. Qualifier, I actually preached about this once. Qualifier would be, Maria, you're really, really attractive for a Filipino girl. Okay. What does that mean? Whoa! Does that mean that, like, in the whole girl scope, you're not really attractive? Okay, that wasn't what I meant. I meant it.
It's a backhanded compliment.
But it's a backhand. Thank you. So now, just so I understand, we're gonna take you, Serena, and you know what Serena said? I can never play with these guys. And she used Andy Murray. She said, if I went in and played Andy Murray, I'd be off the court, game over. If I scored a point, luckily, I'd be out there in about 6 or 7 minutes. It'd be over.
She played like the 200 best tennis player and lost to him.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's and you know what? And if you didn't really care about women, their rights, the accomplishments they've made in life, and sports is just a reflection of life. Right?
Right.
If you didn't, what you'd say is to the John McEnroe. He said, I've got an easy way to resolve all this, which is the worst thing women should. This is what they should be mad at. Not because he said Serena wasn't the best player and he said she's the best female player ever, but that he said, this is the answer. Basically giving them the finger. Just have tennis. Bring your racket. Serena, McEnroe, everybody bring their racket. And Serena, you'll play Djokovic today. And guess what will happen? Serena will make no money, have no endorsements. She'll make the same money as number 800 man makes, which is nothing. And all her plastic surgery she's had, that didn't work, Serena, by the way, that messed you up. But all the plastic surgery, the houses in France, her sister living in Paris, all that, gone, wiped out. There'll be no, because you'll never hear of a female tennis player again.
Now, I'll tell you what I hope, and I hope
Or
this,
weightlifter.
I hope this somewhat facetiously, but I'd also just, there's got to be part of me that thinks that, like, maybe watching some of the stuff in the Roman Colosseum would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, like, there's a part of me that's like, here's what we do. Everybody goes on performance-enhancing drugs, and then we balance all the competition based on which drug balances you're at, and then we do that because I just want to see mutants fight.
And by the way, and by the way, in professional athletes, professional athletics, I'm 100% for whatever you want to do, you do. So we know, by the way, that if you are an abuser of performance-enhancing drugs, it is going to short-circuit your life. We know this. I'm not newsy. But if you say, you know what, I'm willing to make that sacrifice to myself in order to try to get somewhere so I can get this, do that, and you're a professional athlete, not a child,
Right.
okay? Knock yourself out.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if you can get through the college level of whatever your sport is, and then you just go into the mutant league.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, just like
I have no problem.
Go make your money, bro. Go make it.
And I will say this for the record. I'm on PEDs. I take PEDs every day.
What is PED?
Performance enhancing drugs.
Are you on
Testosterone,
TRT?
supplementing, TRT,
Yeah.
hormone replacement therapy. I'm doing it because I'm older and you no longer produce any hormones, so you just fall apart. But I in this context, see, I would have no problem with that. I'd have no problem if Serena all of a sudden came out and had an Adam's apple that big, show up and play the boys. I got no problem with all that. But women at large should be on fire right now with Kamala Harris for thinking it's okay to open up. I hope so.
Well, and here, this is the thing.
I hope so. They should be.
They
But you know what Kamala Harris would say? How could you support Donald Trump? Do you know what he's done to women? Okay. He called women some nasty names. Okay?
Women call guys nasty names.
Oh God, you're taking my sermon. You know what? I'm Russell's such a nice person. He's never done this. I've said things about everybody. Women, black people, Hispanics, Asians, Filipinos, white guys, guys with caps on, guys with blue jeans. I've said disparaging stuff I don't want to be held accountable for. And
Yeah, everybody. Yes.
yes, we have. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I actually like about diversity the most is that, you know what? When there ain't all white males in a room, the conversation is way more civilized.
You know, here's the thing that's funny, right? Is that like if you want to look at Donald Trump and you want to, people don't remember that there was a point where even certain levels of misogyny were culturally required, right? If you weren't a guy, right, there was a point where like it was believed that a man should control his woman.
Oh, all women.
Yeah. Right?
So saying, that girl comes through, I'm going to grab her by the crotch.
I'm not
because
saying
I own her.
I'm not saying that was a right thing for society to expect. But if you were a man trying to function in society and you didn't do that, then you were a dandy, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And that cost you jobs, that cost you food, that cost you, right?
Can I piggyback on because you're right. How about this in the same way? Totally different, to some people, more abhorrent. So, would it be fair then to say that back in, 14 whatever, when George Washington was elected the first president, and he had slaves, that back then, we're not saying it's right today, but we're using a 2024 societal filter on a 1500s situation. And so perhaps writing racist on his statue, tearing his statue down with a rope, might not be fair.
Well, so here's the thing, right? So first of all, again, right,
And black people had slaves as well. Just so we're clear.
What you're talking about is called ethnocentric, right? You're being ethnocentric. You are trying to observe a period of time through the lens of what we now believe.
Correct.
Right? Now, here's the thing that's funny. Had you gone to George Washington, you go back to 1770, whatever, you talk to George Washington, you call him a racist, guess what he's going to say? Sure am. Whites are great. That's what he's going to tell you.
That's how it was.
Yeah.
Not right by today's standards.
You can go all the way back, like even in sociology, right? Like you can look at like scientific research from before 1900, right? And like my favorite one is you can go to Sapir-Whorf, right? Who did most of our work on linguistic studies. His whole point of studying linguistics was to prove that white language was superior to all other races of language because we were a superior race. Now, I'm not saying we are. That's not what that is saying. What I'm saying is culturally, the whole of academic society was behind this guy doing that. It was culturally expected to prove that this epidermis was better than the other one. And like, and so the thing is like, whenever, right, it has taken us 150 years of advancement and civil rights work to get to the point where, like, it's okay for an Italian guy to live next to a Jewish guy.
Correct.
Right? Like that level.
Correct.
Right? Like you can go to some neighborhoods in New England and you still...
Boston.
There are places like...
Boston on the south side.
There's certain places the Irish shouldn't go.
Well, Boston's on the south side. If you weren't Irish, not that many years ago, he'd be a little rough on you.
You know? And so like...
So let me ask you, Russell. Maria, would this be fair? If I want to paint an entire group of people who all look the same with the same brush, doesn't that sound racist? In other words, if I said, all white people, blah, blah, blah. All Filipino people,
to cook.
all black, yeah, right. No, exactly, whatever it is.
Except me.
Isn't that racist? Definitely. So could I ask you something? Because I'm just curious. This phony ultra-liberal Democratic Party, the guy who is our president, in body anyway, since he's not there mentally, but this guy who is our current president, when he says things to people when campaigning like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Did you hear that? Did you see that?
Oh, Biden said that.
Yes, yeah.
Several times.
I saw it.
If you don't vote for me when addressing black people, you're not black.
And he is actually using black names. When you are black, you are. I'm like, I saw this thing. I'm like, I think.
Whenever you say, well, you're white and that means you're this, isn't that racist?
Isn't it beautiful how, like, they tell people that nobody thinks anymore, and then they immediately introduce stuff like that. That's like,
well,
you're thinking for yourself.
When YouTube and internet is the number one source of news for people under 35. Newsflash. First of all, I don't believe there's any news left. I think I'm dating myself and I'm making this up and it's being funny. When Walter Cronkite died, news died. Okay, everybody else is running a talk show where they're looking for ratings, so they have opinion, personality, thoughts. All Walter Cronkite did was say, we landed on the moon today. Period. And then you came up with your own thoughts about that. He didn't say, and it's a waste of money because we have black people who are starving and people at the border.
Yeah,
the birth of CNN was the death of that. Really, there's this beautiful period.
Well, there isn't. First of all, there isn't 24 hours worth of news, so we got to fill time. We got airspace.
Yeah.
How you fill that?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tom, and I got opinions about everything.
Oh, hyperbole.
And by the way, economically, I'm a more conservative guy. I'm more a Trump guy economically. I have issues with him, and I tell some adamant Trump supporters all the time, if he ratcheted back his rhetoric, which hyperbole. Do you ever notice? And I said this the other day. He speaks in the superlative. For those of you that didn't go to Catholic school and don't have the scars to prove it, superlative will be est. The biggest, the greatest, the slowest, the dumbest, the bestest. Okay, est. Put an est on your words. Trump is like, we had the biggest turnout ever. We had the greatest 4 years ever. We had the estness ever. He's always in the superlative.
Yeah.
How about if he said, we had some really good years? And instead of saying, Joe Biden is the dumbest guy ever, how about if he just said, he ain't much of a president? We get the picture. Again, his rhetoric is extremely historically looking, non-presidential. It's extremely inflammatory, combative, and almost forces the other side to then come back and say, well, you're a racist, misogynist pig. Wait a minute, we're calling a former president a pig. Well, but he's calling the current president a moron, a dummy, an idiot. You know what I mean? Oh my God, people! Can we just all collectively bring it back like 2 gears?
It's, you know, the thing that's really funny though is like, because I've talked to a lot of conservatives, I've talked to a lot of liberals, and they all have the same concerns. They're worried about inflation. They're worried about taxes. They're worried about the national debt. They're worried about
the border,
the cost of housing. They're worried, right? And even so,
Crime.
right? And even the border. And that's another one.
You know what they're not worried about? Don't tell anybody. The people. They're not worried about and I don't mean this in any negative way. They're just not. I'm not saying they're not, but in terms of priority of what's the problem in the world?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the rights of bi people. It's not the rights of transsexual people. Help me out here. It's not abortion rights. Oh, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that stuff. I'm not saying it's not important, but to the 170 million people who are going to vote, that ain't going to get you the win or the loss.
Mm-hmm.
When I can't put food on my table for my children, or it's significantly harder than it was. So these are facts. Is the cost of food in essentials higher or lower than it was pre-COVID? Higher. Interest rates to get a house or a business loan or something like that, higher or lower? Higher. Is the current rhetoric more pleasant or less pleasant? Way less pleasant. Is our country safer, better border control, or worse border control prior to COVID? Worse. Okay. I'm going to vote. Here's what I'm not voting. Roe v. Wade. I'm not saying it's not important, but if I can't feed my family, if my jobs don't return because the interest rates drop, I have no money. So this is what liberals, I think, don't understand. We don't have an endless supply of money. Now, you can write all the checks you want. See, this is the liberal way of doing things. We just write checks against a bank account that's phony. We just print more. But if I'm struggling in feeding my people, or I'm struggling to work or get real employment, I'm not talking about jobs. I'm not talking about jobs that don't pay me. And I think I'm worse off than I used to be. I'm struggling and I'm in pain. And the people who are hurting the worst, it's not, Joe Biden isn't hurting, Kamala Harris isn't hurting, people with money aren't hurting. Mm-hmm. Those people don't know what inflation is. They may know the number. It doesn't impact those people at that level. Not nearly as much as it does people who are just getting by. And so when I go to vote, what liberals don't seem to understand is it takes money to have social programs. If you don't have money, if you don't have a solid economy, if you don't have people spending to see, our National Reserve people, Federal Reserve people, they seem to think that, and I'm going to use a weight loss concept. They seem to think that the way to get inflation down is to choke the person. So if I say, hey, Russell, I want you to get on a program here and lose weight. Okay, well, you know how I'm going to do it? I'm going to put a collar around your neck. I'm going to cinch it real tight, and then tighter, and then tighter. I can't swallow. Look, you're losing weight left and right. Look at you. But now I'm emaciated and I'm undernourished, but I am down to 120. Okay. That's what they've done to the economy. Oh, the economy definitely is slowing down. Well, it didn't. Inflation is still 8% or whatever it is. Who you believe, I don't know. You know what I mean? 12%. But their methods I'm all for social programs. As soon as we have the money. Where is the money? We have the money. 100 billion to this place, 100 billion to that place. These are the things that have made me crazy. I don't know who your worst enemy is in this world, but
this guy.
Yeah, right. Mine is too. Mine. But if I had trouble in life, if I was struggling, would you go to your worst enemy and help pay their mortgage like we did to Iran with their little buying oil from them?
That was I.
Would we give them $6 billion?
So who is responsible?
Was it 10?
For that?
Oh, plus we opened up their oil. Now their oil refinery that was shut down is open, and they're making hundreds of billions a year off the oil that we have empowered them.
That is a mess. That is a mess. Going all the way back to George Bush Jr. and why
would you buy oil from them of all the people? Buy it from somebody who maybe you don't know if they hate you.
I
buy it from Saudi Arabia.
Listen. I don't know what laptop
Mexico.
Iran had of Joe Biden's.
Oh, no, we have one.
Yeah,
we have one.
Yeah, Iran had another. Yeah. Obviously,
yeah, because you can't make this stuff up.
Oh my gosh.
We run over time.
No, that's fine. Well, we are running out of time, but I just want to.
Because you know why? Filipino women are more laid back, so that's why you didn't take two white guys and get in our ass. Sorry. Sorry.
What I am, it seems like, for me, at least for me, I don't know about you guys, but it seems like the two presidential candidates that we have, has no way of fixing the problem that we are all in right now. And I am not going to say, hey, vote for Trump or vote for Kamala Harris, vote for RFK. Vote for RFK. Maybe we can have some change. I don't know.
Vote for Russell.
Here's the truth. Here's what I think the truth is, and this is my conclusion. You're not gonna combat if you're against wokeness and you don't want the left doing something. You're not gonna combat that by voting for president.
No.
And I'll tell you, here's the other thing: is if you're on the left and you want that to be your environment, you're not going to get that by voting for right. The people who are actually going to affect your life on a day-to-day basis are going to be your city council.
The closer to you they are, the more impact.
That's right. Right.
So start from the bottom and work up.
And guess what? Here's the deal: you want better housing prices? You need city men to open up more lots and reduce the cost of not just land, but of the bureaucracy to build.
Oh God!
Right? You have to vote for those people. That's what's going to affect change in your life.
And if you don't believe that, look at what's happening in these different states, where the states now have said on abortion, on immigration, on all this stuff. The states have stepped in, whether you like what they're doing or not, but that's where the power really is.
Trump isn't going to affect what your HOA does, man. Donald Trump and Harris aren't going to affect your HOA. No. They're not going to hire the firemen that protect your house from the fires. Nope. They're not going to hire the cops that protect you from crime, right? They're not going to put in new infrastructure to get better healthcare systems in you. They're not going to build new hospitals and open new doctors' offices. You know who does that? Your city guy does. Your county commissioners do that.
Except in one place, Russell. Communism and socialism.
Right.
Where everything is controlled from the top, Comrade Russell, and you wear the same clothes, and you live in their designated thing. They determine how many children you can have. They put you in prison if you break any of those rules, right? So centralized, massive government at the federal level, China, Russia, keep going, even Ukraine, just keep going. That's where we're headed.
Yeah. But look, the buck stops though at your mayor's door.
Correct.
If your mayor, when we were doing the pandemic and they said
they refused
everybody's going to put masks on. Do you know how many cops in Washington, in one of the most liberal states, said we're not enforcing this?
Correct.
Pretty much all of them.
And by the way, pretty much everywhere they did that.
They're like
pretty much everywhere.
You know who had to enforce it? Was the waitress working at the
the poor manager of the restaurant.
Right. When that guy said I had to wear a mask, I finally put a mask on.
Yeah. Or you got crazy with him and yelled at him. Right.
Because I was pretty sure I just had to wear that mask from the door to my chair and then I could take it off. So, I'm like, all right, that's a fair trade.
Well, anyways, thank you so much for viewing us. Please comment, let us know, email us, email deacontommore@gmail.com and Russell at
Nowhere.
Don't contact. Yeah, here's the beauty. If I can say this, because this is a complete. Here's the wonderful part. We're in a country where you can have this discussion. We're in a country where you actually have a choice. We're in a country where you have disagreement and back and forth and all that. Because I promise you this, I'm not sure if I got the guts to have this if I'm in China and I'm a Chinese citizen. Okay, or Russia,
Philippines,
or Philippines, or a bunch of other places where. Oh, nice podcast. What happened to Russell and Maria and Tom? We disappeared them. Right? So I'm thanking God, and I'm not being funny, that we live in a place where for all the problems, it's still the best place in the world. And do you ever notice? When somebody comes to this country, they talk so much crap, and they so evil. I don't know. This OAC woman, she must hate America. She say otherwise, but she act like she hate it. Tell her to leave. This Iman lady, the one, oh my God.
Yeah.
Anyway, but they don't leave. Ain't nobody ever leave America. So terrible. I got news for you. Do us all a favor.
America is so terrible, but then they don't.
But then they don't leave.
Yeah, then they don't leave.
Ever. You can't pry them out of here.
I know, right? Well, anyways, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
This is awesome.
This is Vegas Views. You're sitting in for Danny and Dawn, and hope to have them back soon in Vegas Views. We'll see you guys again next week.
Bye-bye.